Okay. Oh, fuck. Wrong pedal. Sup, nerds? Been a bit. Good to see y'all. How are you guys doing? Happy Wednesday. Good to see y'all. Sorry for the delays. I had to clean up after my cats. But I'm back. It's too warm up here. I'm waiting for the AC to really get going. I might have to change to something chiller at some point. It's pretty warm here. Crazy, because normally SF dodges the heat wave, but now it's like actually a bit a thing. Not a big thing, but enough that like I have to be considerate. I also just remembered I need to order more cat litter, so I'm doing that now before I forget to. Done. Cool. Been high 90s for like 2 weeks for you? God damn, I would die, literally. I can barely survive over 75. I've not had a chance to listen to the new Frost Children EP. I haven't had a chance to listen to anything. I did have a chance to send an email to some folks over on Tidal, though, and I'm going to get some of my most annoying bugs fixed, which is very exciting to me as like Tidal's remaining diehard power user. I'm hopeful. How's my hair? I didn't really get time to get it how I want. It's a little chaotic, but we can work with it. BMM, you need to chill out, man. You were spamming a lot at the start. I'm just gonna time you out for now. Chill a bit. Ah. Let's see what we missed when I was getting started. We got Shiv with the start of the stream sub. Appreciate you, man. Always good to see you. TVS World with the Prime. A Treasure Train. Twitch always inventing some new things. Dominic Vonk with the 3 months. Corbin with the 3 as well. Dog Paw Hat, the legend, at 48 months. Just hit the 4-year mark. God damn. XV Ima with the 3 months. Ruda was taken with the 44 months, getting close to that 4-year mark as well. Xerox Gingy with the 4 months. Chad Linsky with the Prime for 5, subbing for your holiday in Spain. Hope it's a good holiday, man. Thanks for stopping by. Maria, 7 months in. Sorry for the cursed edits. They're pretty cursed, but they're doing well. We got Mario Gamer with the 2 months. Appreciate you for that. We got Charlie Xander here with the 10 months. Appreciate you as well. Yeah, Mario ship posts have been too good. It's almost like I'm scared to check Twitter now. Did I change my audio? No, but I've lost my voice a little bit. I did actually want to make one slight adjustment to my audio, though. Yeah, I'm just going to do it now so I don't forget to. Let me... There. That's what I wanted. Cool. Should be marginally less likely to clip now. Any reason I'm still on Tidal? I really, really like the credit system, and I like how minimal it is in comparison to the other apps. I feel like their primitives have all gotten weird as they try to steer you towards the recommendation systems. And I really, really like the new music view. Every Thursday night, I go to Tidal just to see what new releases came out. None of the other apps have as good of a like new view. I already did my teabag before I got started because I did it right after dealing with the cat litter. Why does every sidebar item have the T3 logo? Because all of those ones are me working on T3 code. Ones that aren't T3 code have a different logo. They have the icon that was found in the repo. Yeah, the new sidebar is so much better. update branch and address all the feedback in the PR comments. Cool. Somebody said they wish they could pin threads to certain keybinds. The order always gets shuffled. I originally had it so the oldest thread was at the top and the newest was at the bottom, which would have helped with that a bit. But it was too hard to find the new threads when you made them. The goal of this is that you will actually put the time in to keep your like open threads less overall. One of the things I'm working on now is a snooze option where you can right click a thread and say like come back later and deal with it when you feel like it instead of in this specific moment, so that you can keep the actual active threads less. I'm really trying to go for the like classic inbox zero style with this, and I think it's really nice. Like all of the threads I have here are ones I want to do something with. Like I'm waiting for a GitHub change, or I'm like going to merge them later, or I want to do one more pass, or I'm blocked on some other PR. Like all of this is stuff I want to deal with, which is why it's all here, which is nice. The top background is just in the nightly and in dev because we wanted a way to indicate those. That was cool. And I actually have grown to like it so much that I miss it in the non-nightly build. Yeah, we're still working on the design. Maria did a huge pass last night that helped a bunch. Her and Julius are touching up a bunch more as well. Did you snag image.lakebed.app, Maria? Goddamn. Yeah, I really like where it's going. I'm excited to see it. See by projects view? Yeah, for now, it's just a V1 or V2 toggle, and you have to choose what you want. So V2 is this wonderful UX. You can turn this off and go back to V1 if you want. It's V1 by default still, but the V2, I think, will be the only one in the future. At some point, we might have like a legacy sort by projects feature or something, but I do believe most of you guys, once you've tried this, aren't going to want to go back. Like, it's meaningfully better. God, there's a lot going on. Sorry, I need to probably not check my phone at all during stream because there is so much going on at once right now. Thanks for message queuing. Yes, I have a PR up for that, actually. It is pretty low here, I believe. Implement message queuing and steering. I had a bad build on my machine that kept the PRs from linking, so I don't have the one-click go to PR button, but once I update my frameworks instance, that'll be good. Here we have this PR. Anything else in here that needed to be addressed? Yeah, there's a couple more comments. But yeah, this will be steering and queuing, all in a PR, pretty much ready to go. One other thing I want is probably I'm going to add the ability to sort here so you can pull the things you want to the top so you can keep it like organized the way that you want more so. I'll see how I feel about that long term, but yeah, we're still early in playing with this new workflow. I have found it to be significantly better where things move around a lot less. It doesn't bump to the top just because you send a message. And I'm building spatial awareness again is the way I'm thinking about it, because previously there's like new threads would cause things to shift around. Editing a thread would cause things to shift around. wanted to get all of that out of the way as much as possible. S. John still has the same issue with lake bed. I really need to get back to you on that. I've been super focused on T3 code the last few days, and also open sauce, and also my life. So I have not been able to touch lake bed stuff, which sucks. I really wanted to finish it, but we're so close. Ben's problem is Pi and T3 code, not mine. The issue is like people customize Pi so much, and then we want to make sure we honor those customizations in T3 code, which is not trivial. Mobile already has this too. I don't think we have an updated build yet for the preview for those of you who got into the test flight, but hopefully very, very soon we will. Gonna actually text Julius about that now. Cool. I have asked. I will get an update soon. So steering is already in T3 code. It just works like that by default. We can't just blindly take providers from the open source forks because we do a lot more and we've diverged a lot. Any plans for better Cloud Code plus Codex integration when it comes to sub-agent man visibility and general stability? We're starting a bunch and hangs, especially with Fable. Yes, we have lots of plans for that. I have a PR up, but we're probably going to kill it in favor of Julius's built-in orchestration stuff, which should be much more powerful. Very excited about all that. You got Mario Gamer PT69 with the Prime. Thank you for that. Charlie Alexander with the 10 months of Prime. Thank you. Kubernetes Sheesh, fantastic using Kubernetes Sheesh. Thank you for the 4 months of Prime. JK Software with the 1 year. Thank you. Patch Step with the 2 months. Been using T3 way more than that. You got everything on a remote dev box. It's really clean just with SSH. Super nice. Can't wait for Connect. Yeah, the new T3 Connect with the backgrounding stuff is really good. I am so hyped on it. You just connect to a computer that you have Codex or Claude on. You type in npx T3 Connect. You click the URL. You sign in. And then it asks at the end, do you also want to set this up so it will persist the T3 server in the background when you boot? And if you hit yes, then from that point forward, you can connect to that machine. You got to make an appeal on Twitter, not here. I'm not going to like drop the link now to the thousands of people watching. And the link has made it out enough times. You got to pay more attention to my content. Yeah. Thank you, Matt Zest, for the 23 months of Tier 1. Appreciate that. Does OpenAI allow building paid projects with the sub? I thought they didn't allow commercial activity with the subs. How far does it go? No, they don't allow you to resell your subscription. So if I have, like, if I sub to Codex and I host it on a server and then you pay me in order to access my subscription, yes, you get banned, and yes, you should be banned for that. That's like paying for an all-you-can-eat buffet for one person, going in, hoarding a bunch of food, and then going out and feeding 20 people with it, and charging them the same amount. Like, no, obviously not. If you like eat the food yourself, whatever. If you build something with it, that's totally fine. Icy Symmetra with the Prime for 6 months. Theo, your Windows T3 code instance feels really bad, even in terms of code, especially open code connection. Stability's choppy. I have not had a chance to dig into Windows recently. We're really focused on the overhaul of everything right now, with especially the orchestration stuff and the T3 Connect stuff. Once that stuff's really stable, the client and the server will be more separated than ever before, which means we can just debug the server-side issues. And the server-side issues are just on Windows because it's Windows. G Dupin here with the 5 months. Congrats on T3 code. Can't wait to test. Will it feature skill creation? Can you use it along with proxies? If you mean skill creation as in we put in a shitty skill to create skills, no. No, I don't think most people should be creating skills with a fancy skill. I think you should be inside of your editor editing the skill files yourself. They're not that hard to make. We got QR0 with the 2 months. What's for dinner tonight? Great question. Let's figure out what we are covering today. I missed a super chat. Thank you, S. John. Hop over here for that. Love your video on reading and writing code. Researcher in medicine. And you're writing lots of custom debug tests with AI. Exactly how I said. Awesome. You would not think that video was loved based on the comment section. Actually, let me check something quick. I want to see what the like to dislike on it is. YouTube made it a little harder to find, but I can get to it here. Yeah, it's a little lower than average. It's an 88.7% like rate on my channel average of about 95. Could be worse. You watch almost all my videos, but the last one was something else. The point I tried to make is amazing. I'm pumped that people are getting it. It's funny how many of the comments even admitted that they didn't watch the video. Yo, Jamie, thank you for the 10 bomb. Appreciate that a ton. Hope you're doing well. Good shit. Super generous. A wrapper app serving 1,000 users off one sub is still 20 people eating your food as a UI on it. I don't serve users off of my sub. The whole point is one person uses the sub. Only one person has access to the inference from the sub. You pay $200 a month, and all API calls that are done to that token are your personal requests. That is what it means. If I use those to build a service, like if I pay to go to the all-you-can-eat buffet and I eat a bunch of money, it fills me with energy, and I use that energy to go make my own restaurant, obviously that's okay. But if I take all the food from the all-you-can-eat buffet and then sell it in my restaurant, that's not okay. I think this is pretty obvious. The comments are always so bad you don't know why. I'll explain why. You're a unique one here, Maria, but for the vast, vast majority of people, you know what? I'll even do a poll. Have you ever left a YouTube comment before? No, maybe one or two, IDK, or yes. The Jacobian conjecture thing is really cool, and I'm not smart enough at math anymore to cover it responsibly, so I will not be talking about it. Super cool, though. You have a great check mark. The great check mark does make comments feel very different. The point I'm trying to make is that most normal people don't leave comments. Even here, where you guys are much more engaged because you're showing up in a live chat, signing in, and then engaging in a poll, it's still majority at maybe one or two or less. Most people don't leave comments. And of the ones who do, the majority of, let's say 10% of people leave comments. It's much lower, but we'll say it's 10%. Of them, 9.9% leave maybe one every couple months. But then there's that 0.1% of people who leave dozens of comments a day, and those people are not well, and they make up the majority of comments. The majority of comments are left by less than 0.1% of people, and those people are not very well, and they leave shit comments because of who they are as people. The majority of commenters are fine. The majority of comments are bad because the majority of comments are left by a very, very small portion of people. How big is the viewer to comments ratio? It's like 1,000 to 1. On a video with 100,000 views, I will get maybe 1,000 comments. Usually it's closer to 500. It's a very, very small ratio. This is YouTube comments in general. People have never left a comment at all. It's actually very useful info for me to have. I'm saving these results. I liked the Daredevil thumbnail, but I needed to rebrand that video quickly because it was bombing. So I switched to the other one and changed the title until it got somewhere good. So hopefully it'll pick up a bit, but it was not performing to my expectations considering that I thought the topic was very, like, solid. All right, responding to Julius. I'm on the phone responding to Julius. It's for good reasons. Yeah, Tracer's caught up a bunch. I would say they're one of the bigger competitors to T3 Code at this point, but they're different enough that I don't mind working with them for sponsor stuff. Will Super Grok be integrated into T3 Code? I tried it for a week. It's really good. I have not tried Super Grok yet. I played with the Grok build CLI briefly, and it is very good. Good afternoon, Michaela. Good to see you. Is this done? Cool. This... No, maybe it's not done. Oh, is that a different thread? Yeah, it's a different thread. Okay, I want to wait for all these threads to be done so I can update T3 Code on my framework so I can get the PR attachments again. Oh, shit. I'm excited to see what you end up cooking, Michaela. Let me know. I'm not familiar with AMP orbs, so no plans just yet. Yeah, my bullying's working. Fuck yeah, I love when my bullying works. Let me thank people I missed. Uni asked, after 5 months of support, been using Oh My Pi, a fork of Pi with a bunch of native stuff and innovative features. It has ACP. Any plans on supporting arbitrary ACP backends in T3 Code? Yes, absolutely. We had a PR for it forever ago that's very behind. We're just really, really locked in on Codex and Claude Code support right now because that's what the team is using the most of, and we just want the best possible UI. These are all things on the list. You know what we can do? I have a plan. I'm going to do the offset quick. 3150. And then we're going to talk about T3 Code roadmap together. We'll do 45. Cool. Gory Tan. I don't believe that. They to announce that Gary Tan, GAI. He doesn't workflow support or sub-agent support in T3 Code? Yes, absolutely coming. The sub-agent support and workflow support is already there in the sense that like it works if you call for those from Claude Code or Codex. It just doesn't have good visualization for it. I'm working on rushing that. Patch after I tweeted. I'll try again in the future. I just don't have time to try new things. I also owe you a proper response. I've been fucking going through it. But we should be able to hang next week if things calm down a bit. Fingers crossed. This was supposed to be my calm week, and then things exploded over the weekend, so it was not. But I got to code all day yesterday. That was good. Let me figure this out. We got enough EL here. I don't think Julia says, but that is fine. I mostly wanted to just talk about this. I did see this. This is a very good tweet. You have had almost as much impact on Ben's fame as I have, Maria. It's been very fun. Obviously, your fame is an indirect from me, so like it's still indirectly me, but it's notable at the very least. Marker, T3 code, roadmap, planning. If you use API Claude, or can you use Claude Sub? It'd be more annoying to use the API Claude. It's anything that works in Claude Code or Codex works with T3 code. I'll check your previous messages in a sec, PC style. I want to do the roadmapping stuff first. Okay, so T3 code. For those who do not know T3 code, it is a harness manager, effectively. I need a better term for this. I've called it the harness or the orchestration layer, all of these things, but now that orchestration means something else, I can't really use that term for it anymore. Meta harness is used a lot too, but meta harness sometimes implies that it's one harness that orchestrates between different harnesses or lets one model work in another harness. So not necessarily the clearest. You get the idea though. The point of T3 code is to be a better interface on top of your harnesses. So you have a better UI with the T3 code desktop app or web app or now mobile app too. And you have the T3 code CLI, which isn't a CLI in the sense that you're using a TUI to do code stuff. It is a simple package you run on your servers, on your computers, on whatever, that wraps all of the harnesses you have installed and exposes those over a WebSocket to the user interfaces that we provide. So the two main parts are the clients, which include the desktop app, mobile app, and web app, which is my personal favorite, app.t3.codes. You could also use the self-hosted web app, which is part of the terminal app. So all of these clients have the core functionality that is the same. 3 of the 4 using the literal exact same code base. All are provided in the open source repo for T3 code. And we also have the server side. The server side is bundled in on the T3 code desktop app. So you have the main method, which I prefer, is npx t3 serve, which is using the T3 package to serve this meta layer that allows you to control your harnesses over WebSocket. But there's also the T3 server package baked into desktop app. So you set up one of these two. Either you use T3 or actually there's one more in here I want to include, which is npx t3 connect. More on this momentarily. But these are all the methods you have to host your harnesses in a way T3 code clients can connect to them. And then you have the WebSocket binding between these sides. And this is the core of T3 code. You have a server. You have clients. And you use a WebSocket connection that is hosted by the server to communicate between the two. What's fun with this architecture is that you can have more than one server and more than one client, and it all just works. So if you have one client with many different servers, like you have your MacBook as one, you have a Linux box as one, you have a VPS as one, it just works. And if you have one server, like you're using T3 code on your MacBook, and you want to access it through the desktop app, the website, the mobile app, and maybe you're accessing it from another computer on your network, that works too. The point I'm trying to make here is that we use the server to abstract over Claude Code and Codex so that you can connect to it in all these different ways and manage it across different machines. So with all of that said, let's talk about the different things we are currently working on. We have the inbox style sidebar. This is the one that I just shipped the early access for today. We have T3 Connect, which I'll talk a bit more about momentarily. We have the T3 code mobile app. I think mobile app. The line up there is better. Cool. We have the T3 code mobile app. We have generic ACP support so that you can have all harnesses that have ACP, not just the ones that we currently manually build the integrations for. And then we have things that are provided by those providers that we haven't included yet. This includes things like visualizations for subagents and workflows. We have things like Let me think of other good examples of stuff that's built into the official things. Oh yeah, /goal support. Trying to think what else we were talking about before. Pets is not happening. Shush, guys. There's a PR I have up now for auto mode. Imogen's not happening. The other really big thing is built in multi-harness orchestration. This is going to be a bit of work, and Julius is pretty far in on that one. You know, I'm going to change that from built into just multi-harness orchestration. Fit a bit better. One that I really want is grouping threads into tasks. I'll talk more about that later. What else do I have in here? Just stuff that I was working on. I want a plugin system eventually. T3 sites is Lakebed? Unlikely. Importing threads and multi-directional sync. Yeah, importing threads is definitely on the list. Better open code support, yes. Fami, have you not seen what I've done with Lakebed? I built my own runtime specifically because I wanted to get around the pricing of doing a generic host for like crappy web apps. I'm trusting you on this PC style. Oh, we now know who bought it. Francesco Simondi is the guy who bought T3.cloud. Funny. Good to know. Yeah, they spent a lot of money on that domain. It was like posted by Maria that it was like thousands of dollars, and I laughed because I wasn't going to buy it because I'm not using that name, and then someone bought it, which was very funny. $3.5 thousand, yeah. Yeah, feel free to share and post about projects built on Lakebed. I'm sorry in advance if I break things. Files on chunks and then loading them. Oh God, Maria. We'll chat. Request a cloud for small startups. Oh, I was talking with Pete about this. He got this idea kind of from me. That is very fun. Yeah, we talked a lot about that. Good shit. I'll finish Lakebed soon, I promise. I'm working on a lot of stuff. Totally understandable, family. No worries. I should have just launched Lakebed and then people would know what it is. But soon, yeah. Maria's image.lakebed.dev solution was to put it in database, though. I added actual object storage to Lakebed. And I believe that the T3 code testing app, the one in test flight, should now have the changes I was waiting for. I'm going to try once more. Fingers crossed. Nice, you got to do a navigation to force the trigger. Lakebed's cost me almost nothing to run, but it's cost me tens of thousands in tokens. Where is this build? Come on. Okay, it's not pulling. I'll fix it later. Long rising context management threads. Not a specific plan we have now. Icons need to be fixed on mobile. I believe Maria is doing an overhaul of the site now. Like the Grok one just kind of got stuffed in. Okay, back here though. I want to talk about all of the things that we have in flight. I'm gonna rank these in like rough priority tiers quick. Say these are top. Connects on the line. I'd say that's slightly higher. Generic ACP support's a lot lower. And yeah, everything else is kind of the same tier at the bottom here. Yeah. And my gut feel for current priorities. Is it split roughly like this, where top priorities are the mobile app and the new sidebar. Mobile app is so close to shipping. You guys have no idea. I am beyond excited. And the inbox style sidebar is also now out, so you can use it if you are on the nightly, and it'll be on the mobile app for those who are in the what's it called, the test flight very soon. And if not, it's all open source, so you can go compile it and build it yourself on your devices. I've heard the Android app's surprisingly stable now too, which is really cool. I haven't had a chance to play with that because I've not even turned on my Android phone in a few weeks. Then there's T3 Connect, which I will finally talk a bit more about. As I have mentioned multiple times, one of the things that makes T3 code so cool is that you can use T3 code alongside your actual machines. So if I have a Linux box on my network and I want to access that and control code running on it from a different computer, T3 code makes that really easy, as long as they are on the same network and can access each other. There's a couple solutions to this. One that's very popular is Tailscale, and I've been using Tailscale heavily throughout my time with T3 code. It's very, very good, and I do highly recommend it. But we wanted a solution that required less external stuff, something that is as simple as running one command on a computer, and as long as Codex and Claude Code are on that computer, it's now ready to go. So what we did for that is T3 Connect. It is currently a wrapper on top of Cloudflare Tunnels, and that's the main reason we haven't launched it GA yet, because Cloudflare Tunnels has a hard limit of 10,000 tunnels per account unless you get an enterprise deal with them. I have heard that they've done pretty generous deals for this for other AI providers that are providing similar services to what we want to do here. So I suspect I'll be able to get it for a relatively cheap price, but that is a thing that we're going to be eating out of our pockets if we don't charge. So the sad news is for T3 Connect, we will likely have to charge some amount of money, not a big amount, but some amount of money in order to let you have more than one computer connected, because each computer is an additional persistent tunnel, and those do have a fixed cost to us that I don't know the numbers for yet. They aren't public, so I don't even know if we'll be allowed to share those numbers, sadly. I'm working with Cloudflare to figure those details out still. But ideally, it would be a like $5 a month thing at worst, and would just let you use T3 Connect for an unlimited number of computers on your accounts. But again, you can self-host and use Tailscale if you want. We are not blocking you from using Tailscale. This is purely for the T3 Connect solution instead of Tailscale. Tailscale will always be supported. It will always be first class. We're not deprecating Tailscale support in favor of this. I just don't want to have the VPN set up on my phone all of the time anymore. And a lot of others don't want to go set up Tailscale and learn all of that as well. We would not be charging for this in a way that we make money. We would probably lose money overall. And if it's cheap enough, I'll just eat it out of pocket. The goal of T3 Connect is not to be our like Trojan horse into making a bunch of money with T3 code. It is just a way to streamline setup that we are hoping will be very, very good and also relatively cheap for us in the near future. But we don't know just yet. We are waiting. Thank you so much for the 25 bomb. I'll thank all the subs properly in a moment. I want to finish going over the roadmap first. Cool. So T3 Connect is going to be the easiest way by far for people to set up T3 code. My goal for this is that a new first-time user that's curious about T3 code will be able to type in npx T3 Connect in their terminal. This will come up with a link they click. They sign in with Google, GitHub, whatever they choose to. It auths that computer. It then says, do you want this to run forever on this machine? You can hit yes or no. And then it gives you a QR code you scan that you can open up on your phone. And once you've opened it on your phone, you now can use that computer from your phone. And if you go sign in on T3 code on the website or another computer, you can now control it from all of those as well. So it's a single command. You sign in, you scan the QR code on your phone, and now you have access to that machine for all of your dev work remotely. Very excited for that. And I don't want to charge, like, if I could reasonably do this for free in a way that didn't cost us absurd money, I would. This is the simplest solution because it's direct connections. It doesn't go through us. Nothing goes through us. Somebody asked, doesn't this pass your API or your tokens in every prompt and API to our server? No, it does not. Nothing touches our servers. All we have done with this is we have exposed your server that you are hosting with T3 code over Cloudflare tunnels with a connection method where you can control this on your own machine from another device using T3 code. None of it touches our servers. It is a direct connection between the client that is open source that you run and the server that's open source and you run that just happens to be going through Cloudflare tunnels instead of going through something like Tailscale. I'm really, really excited about this. Julius just did a huge pass on the onboarding flow for it. So it is as simple as running this command. You do have to be in the whitelist for T3 Connect still, because again, we have that 10,000 limit right now. Once that limit is up, I will be opening this up for everyone. Very excited for it. It's already so much easier than even the Codex remote stuff that it's kind of hilarious. And I'm really excited to see where we can go with it. Sorry, something's up with my test flight. Cool. And now I have... Maybe I don't have it. What the hell? It should have worked. Threadless V2. There we go. I now have the V2 list on my phone. Yay. Which is easier for me to screen share this and not worry about random text and things. The new priority AI notification thing on iOS results in things coming through even when I'm on Do Not Disturb, and I hate it. So I can't reliably show this, sadly. I'll find a way to set up my computer so you can more easily see in the near future. Yeah, the mobile app has made a shitload of progress and is my favorite way to code on my phone by far. Cool. So hopefully you understand T3 Connect now and what our goals are there. Next, we have visualizations and multi-harness orchestration. This is one I actually want your guys' thoughts on. Julius and I have taken two different approaches here. What I want is to have something as soon as possible that showcases what subagents and workflows are running in Claude Code and Codex. And I have a PR up, actually. If I go into, you know what, I'm just going to do it from here. GitHub, ping.gt3 code, pull requests, author t3.gg. Thread snoo, it is, actually, I'm really excited to see how this was going, so I'll take a look at that. Here it is. I have a PR where I am working on better visualizations using the existing orchestration inside of Claude Code and Codex, just getting it in the UI as quickly as possible. Julius is going a very different direction. He is introducing tools in T3 code itself that the model can use to do orchestration within T3 code. So it allows for Fable in Claude code to spin up Codex using the T3 code MCP. So it's us leaving the official harnesses in their like tooling a bit by introducing our own MCP that the models can use instead. I'm really excited about that. It's so cool to like not have to configure anything and have your Claude code access your codex directly with a good UI and built-in support. It also, as Michaela just correctly pointed out in chat, it matches my coding style very well. I'm very excited for it. But it is not the more vanilla approach that I have historically taken with T3 code, where the goal is to do as much as possible with the official harnesses and the official SDKs. This is separate. And I have come around to it more and more. I really hope that we don't get like a mean words or mean letter from Anthropic, because they have been kind in continuing to allow us to use Claude codes or auth through the agents SDK. And I really want to make sure we don't push any buttons or step on any toes with that. So that is a real concern, but I should be fine. But these two PRs are very much conflicting. Mine is meant to be the easiest addition. Julia's is meant to be the complete addition. And I believe, and Maria, you would know better than me, so correct me if I'm wrong here, that Julius also exposes all of the built-in orchestration in Claude Code and Codex into T3 code as well. So it adds our custom stuff, but it also visualizes the built-in stuff too. Cool, Maria has confirmed that. So this trumps mine, but also does more, and we really want to make sure we get that right. You get the idea. Because then we have everything else. Here we have /goal support. I'm dragging my feet on this because honestly, I don't care that much. I just don't. I don't use goals other than to like burn tokens for the sake of it. There will be importing threads from Codex and Claude Code. Initially, this will probably just be a on setup. When you first initialize, it will pull recent threads from Claude Code and Codex in so you can see them more easily. Not sure if I'll do two-way sync because we have meaningfully built on top of the data model from the other providers, and I don't want to be constantly like dealing with the back and forth sync there. Oh, forking's a good point. I will add in forking threads. I'll just say forking. Yeah, I'll do it one line like that. Forking threads. Auto approve modes. It's also in this general area. Cool, you get the idea. Stuff like that. So yeah, goal support, iffy. We do want it because people want it. We'll figure it out. Importing threads from Codex and Claude Code, as I said, really focused on building the onboarding experience up. Maybe two-way sync in the future, not a high priority. Grouping threads into tasks. This is one I'm really excited about, but I want to do more with first. This will definitely be part of like the multi-harness orchestration in the future. My goal is to allow for a given thread. Like let's say I have T3 code open now. Let's say I'm working on the sidebar snooze PR, and I want to get Claude Code, and I want to get Codex to do a UI pass when I've been working with Fable. I want to be able to tell Fable to spin up a thread with Codex to do a pass on this, and then have it open underneath here on the same branch in the same work tree as a grouped task. And the goal here is to separate work, not just by work trees, not just by threads, but by proper units that I'm going to probably refer to as tasks. Like the thing that you're trying to complete is grouped into one very specific piece. And that way you could spin up subthreads within that and choose how you manage the context yourself, possibly even adding some type of memory or context access layer that only works when you're within a group like that. grouped tasks or grouped threads as tasks are a thing I'm excited about, and I definitely want to figure out. It is not epics, not doing that, not bringing those terms in here. You get the idea. Also, is my other long-running thread done? No, it is still working. I want this one to be done so I can update that computer really badly. Cool. Next, we have a plugin system. I still really want to do my crazy idea I mentioned in previous videos of the patchmd file, but since that's going to be a bit, I do want people to be able to extend the UI and make slight changes that they want to, because I'm going to start being more opinionated with T3 Code's UX and design. Julius is introducing opinions with his orchestration layer. Even I'm going to have some things I don't like about that. Like, we're going to be modifying the system prompt and things. So ups and downs, but Julius's opinions are almost all going to be correct. And anything he's really wrong about, I will convince him on. Don't worry, we'll get that figured out. But also, the inbox style sidebar is insanely opinionated as well. And I've already had even contributors who are unsure of parts of it. Most have come around. It is objectively better most of the time. But in the small set of cases where people have very specific workflows that it doesn't provide, I don't want to have to mod in all of the solutions for all the different types of people with different use cases. So if we iron it out and people don't love the results universally, it would be nice if they could modify it how they want in a minimal, reproducible way that doesn't involve having to fork all of T3 code. And a plugin system would allow some of that. I have been doing very, very rough cursory investigation there, just like spinning up the thread for the sake of it. I have, two here, one Codex, one Claude, where I just asked it to write up a plan for a local plugin system to see what it does. And it's okay. It's possibly doable. We'll figure out the details later. On the topic of supporting things that we don't necessarily use, but others might want, generic ACP support. I know a lot of people have other harnesses they want to bring in, whether it's Pi or Oh My Pi, whether it's proprietary ones at different companies. A lot of these support ACP, which is the agent client, I know a lot of these support ACP, which I believe is the agent context protocol, maybe agent client. Yeah, it's agent client protocol, yeah. ACP is an open standard by our friends over at Zed that is really good for allowing anything to connect to a given agent harness type thing. We currently use ACP for most of our bindings. If we want to enable those bindings in a generic way, we would allow for others to bring in whatever harness they want with traditional ACP support. There's also a proposal for an ACP v2 that I'm very excited about that has even more cool things that hopefully will come out soon and be very good, and hopefully that will also be adopted going forward. Tools like Zed have an ACP marketplace, which I also really like, and I believe it's open source. Michaela, correct me if I'm wrong. Is the marketplace also open source? JetBrains hosts it. Totally fine. If there's a way to plug into it, we will do that. If not, we'll build our own thing. We'll figure it out. But we want a way to add ACP support or we want a way for people who are using different harnesses that want to bring them in to easily integrate with T3 code. The rest of these are relatively small things, like the auto-approve stuff. This is a PR I already have up that actually should be relatively easy to merge. I have that down here. Maybe not as far down as I thought. Here we are. Nice. This is meant to be a really minimal way to add the auto mode that is supported in a handful of harnesses. I think this is YOLO mergeable. If Maria and or Julius want to confirm, feel free. Oh shit, Michaela linked the Agent Client Protocol registry, which is where a lot of the different ACP providers are listed, which allows for us to more trivially host a registry in our app. Super, super cool. Fuck yeah. Why is the PR open but showing red as if it's closed? Because I have colorblind mode on, and red is open, purple is closed for me. Here's the link for that PR if my team wants to take a look. Yeah, some colorblind is shit. Cool. Yeah, auto approve should be in ASAP. It's easy. I just put it lower priority because all these other things are taking much more of our focus right now. If I was to like the order of things here isn't necessarily like when they're going to come out. It is what do I want Julius spending his time on right now? Yeah. The last piece here was forking threads, which is if you have a thread that you have a good context in and you want to branch off from a place to continue somewhere else, definitely want that in the near future. Yeah. Hopefully, this helps clarify where our focus is and what we are doing with T3 code right now. As you can tell, it's quite a bit, and there's lots of other fun things we want to do in the near future. Things like perhaps finally enabling some level of custom themes. Soon, TM. We accept PRs. I know the repo says we don't accept PRs yet. I'm going to do a pass on that in the near future to like loosen up our strictness with things and onboarding. But we're definitely not accepting new features from contributors unless they're really, really, really minimal. I love you, GitHub. There we go. Yeah, this is significantly better. What's going on with the curve at the top, though? Is that just like the browser you're using or something? Not just Mac OS. Yep, sounds about right. Just wanted to make sure. I have a build. I think I'm running on this machine still. Maybe I have it over here. I don't. I can run it here quick. I got a pairing token so I can actually load it. This is not the branch I was thinking of. Let me do this the easier way, which is hop in here. VP run dev there. And settings, beta, close on. There. I was playing with a little like layering concept here. Has some bugs for sure. Want to play with it more in the future maybe, but not sure if I love this. Just was a random idea I had. Yeah. We're still playing with it a bunch. You should have seen how ugly the sidebar was right before I merged it, and Maria came in and said, no, this sucks, and like did a pass. Can I test the redesign? Any reason I can't just YOLO merge it? Okay, actually, yes, there is one. One thing I changed from your build that I would like to do in some way is separation of the different cards. Here, you've tightened up the vertical a bit, so it's a little easier to see that these are unified, but I would like something separating them visually beyond just the like vertical spacing. Peace, Michaela. Thanks again. Yeah, that's my only thing I would push for. It's way better overall. Julie's made fonts bigger. Ooh, I like that. I'm a big font fan. I command plus like everything I use. Yeah, I trust you and Julius to hash out if there's anything I don't like. Like, you guys have my full permission to just merge away. If there's anything I don't like, I'll go and tidy it up and we can argue about the details then. Close that now. Is my other thread done yet? Yay, it is. Cool, that means I can go kill the T3 code instance on this box, finally. I'm gonna... Do I want to do this yet? No, I don't, because it's too annoying to update it still. I'm just gonna keep serving it the way I usually do for now. But in the very near future, I'm gonna switch this over to the new connect method, which I'm super excited for. But now that that is done, this should reconnect in just a moment. Cool. Yay, all my PRs are linking again. Hurrah. That is what I wanted. Nice. Yay. Cool. I think I've covered most of what I wanted to here. Oh, shit. Protostar. Thanks for stopping by. Yes, that is actually Protostar. Dar, he's great. Surprising number of music people hanging out in the community here, which I love. Okay. Yeah, we rated him last week too. Oh, did you raid? I'm so sorry. I missed that. I am locked the fuck in. Thank you, Protostar, for the raid. Super appreciate that. My bad. I will turn off follower only mode. There you guys go. Sorry. My bad. But I joined OpenAI and thought they ever be rolling now. Not right now. I don't want to be limited to just one lab. Yeah, thank you all for joining, Protostar crew. Love you guys to death. I have consistently surprised people with how far I am in the hip hop world, but also the like electronic music world in general. I'm a friend of Net Skies, if you know him. Wonderful, wonderful human. Hung out with him a bunch when he was last in SF. Protostar, I helped out way back when I worked at Twitch before I was even a creator. Yeah, he fucked with me real early. If you want someone who was like an early investor in the Theo stocks, Protostar was definitely that. One of like the first fans, so to speak, but also a homie, a real one. One of the few people at the time who was really trying to push music on Twitch, so I pushed hard to make that happen. Jason, I am not going to be going to Render this year. I am way too busy. Sadly, I will not see you there, but thank you for showing up. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I was pushing it fucking hard. You and John Wayne and Kenny Beats were the ones I really wanted to see happen on Twitch. I put a lot of effort in. John and I still talk all the time. He's a really close friend. I love him to death. I spilled a soda on his rug last time I was at his place, and I paid to have it cleared or cleaned because I felt so bad. I heard there's a new Two Hollis thing. I've not actually got to hear it yet, though. I'm hoping to have a good chance to just sit and listen to music tonight while I'm running a bunch of agents. Fingers crossed. Constantly told in chat that you're going to get banned for not streaming games. I only joined Twitch because they changed that rule, and I got to join the first team, which was Twitch Creative, the first non-gaming team at Twitch, where we'd have a category where you wouldn't be banned for doing things other than playing games. Now all the top streamers aren't even fucking gaming anymore. I did see the Thomas Bangalter Fred again collab. Very, very good. Thomas Bangalter is the greatest of all fucking time. You have Protostar song saved from 5 years ago before you even watch programming content. That's so cool. Good shit. Small ass world. I'm still looking for a skill viewer manager. Okay, kind of. The new Gold Panda I have queued on my phone. I'm really excited to listen to that. Yeah. Actually, that reminds me. One of the things that my title rep told me was that they fixed downloads on iOS. So let me see if they did. They did. Holy shit. The iOS app used to only download music one song at a time, and it would take so long to handshake that it would take, even on my gigabit connection, like 10 plus minutes to download an album. Now it's just handled. I won't show you guys the new mobile app with iPhone mirroring right now, but I do have a dev phone I will finish setting up soon, and I'll be able to show it off of that in the very near future. But not yet. Cool. Oh, the new Gold Panda's French house? That excites me a lot. Shout out Tidal for being the only streaming company to actually pay fair. Yep, absolutely. I don't think they still do it, but they did a thing for a while where they'd pay out a pretty big bonus to people who, like whoever you listen to the most, they'd give them like a $5 bonus, which was dope every month. Yeah, Tidal's very good. And now that I have a person who can fix my bugs, I will make Tidal the best music app ever by just emailing them prompts. Skill view. Let's see what you got for me here. You know, if somebody really wanted to pwn me, the best thing you could possibly do is convince PC Style to publish something and get me to use it. And then you will get onto my machine very fast. I think this is because I have so many plugins. Oh, this is Marketplace. Can I filter out Marketplace on this? I just want what's on my machine. It's installed, I suppose. Yeah, as I've told you guys many a time, I have very few plugins. I'm actually probably going to... Are these already disabled? Yeah, they are. I just have this guy, file upload, that I just set up recently with files.tslop, HTML planning, and use Railway, which got set up by Railway. And that's it on my machine. This is a very nice little view, though. Thank you for making this. I will use this in the future for sure. Is this on GitHub? Where's my GitHub button? I want to go star it. Link it on GitHub. Biggest worst learning from Spotify is a 10-year user of the service? Yes. Personally, absolutely. If you use SoundIs, you can sync all of your playlists, and you can even sync your Discover automatically every week from Spotify. So if you really like Discover, you can have that come over. Oh shit, you've had people that stuck around after my raid. That's really cool to hear. I'm really proud of my little community here. Got an awesome crew. Love you guys. There's recording a bug with the new download feature so that I can send this to the team. Cool. I have that. I can send that later. Oh shit, you hung out in the Protostar chat? Awesome, S. John. Always good to... I'm not surprised you hung out in the music space. Someone first from a bigger raid. That's really cool to hear. I'm proud. That community's great. Am I still using Raycast? Absolutely. I think I said everything I have to about the T3 code roadmap. I'm really fucking excited. I genuinely think we went from the open source option that is mostly caught up with competition to far ahead of anything else. And once everything above this line ships, it's all over. And once everything below this line ships, there's no more complaints that are valid. It's pretty hard to justify using something else. I, again, never thought T3 code would get this far. I just wanted an okay open source alternative to the Codex desktop app in case something happens to it. ChatGPT. And now we have the coolest option ever. It's all thanks to Julius and the awesome community of people who have been contributing so actively to it. You guys made something awesome. I just vaguely shitpost in the direction of what I want, and y'all made something great out of it. So I appreciate y'all immensely. And I cannot wait to ship everything here from the mobile app GA to the proper sidebar, or to the proper inbox focus sidebar as the actual default, to T3 Connect as the easiest way to connect your actual dev environments to your phone, to other computers, other places, to set up the best orchestration flows possible without having to go set it all up custom yourself, and to support all of the things that you already are used to using across all of the other tools. If we can pull this off, we win. But I don't really know what we win because it's all open source and I don't know how we're going to charge. So yeah, this is one we're doing for the love of the game. I hope it puts us in a cool place. We will see. But our goal is to win. And our goal is to win for open source, not for ourselves. Hopefully that lands, and hopefully you can see that in the work that we are doing. Somehow this crazy YouTuber made a really useful harness. This YouTuber made a really useful tool, and I am pretty proud of myself and my team for pulling that off. Hope you guys enjoy it. Until next time, peace. I have no idea if that'll even be a video. If it will be, it'll be on the 3rd channel. Hey, Jeff, good to see you, man. Skate Bench mentioned. Interesting. File a issue for this and I'll take a look. I don't tag files directly anymore. It's just not worth it. The model can find it fine. Coming for me with a harness and Rust. I wish you luck. What I found is that so many of the problems I had with vibe coding are because how do I even put this? Like Mac OS sucks. Mac OS is holding me back so bad. Channel. Cool. What did I miss? Oh yeah, Pranch. Yeah, it was great to see you, man. I'm sad that Jeff couldn't be there for it. Next year, the whole team will definitely be here for the whole open sauce. Skill view star? Yes. I will gladly give you your 2nd star for that. I should play with Herder. I've heard really good things. I start it. I want to, but busy. Whole team, Shiv. I hope you heard me clearly there. Check last messages. I will. Then I have to thank subs. Twitch-inspired clip editor. Browser-based video editor built with Vite, TypeScript, and Media Bunny. Drop in a video, shape the clip, and export MP4. All client-side. Interesting. Also, a couple of things, Maria. Do you have access to the Dropbox with all of the full quality files from my videos and streams? No? Okay. Make sure we get you that. Yeah, that was the main thing. Yeah, we can get you that. I somehow missed this. I think I was deep in open sauce. This is not us as far as I know. We did not make that image. Give me one sec. Cool. Text to Julius. I've not seen the open code takedown blog. Please link that. That sounds very fun. Cool. It has my old office address, which is a good sign. Yeah, I just use lossless cut with marker thing that I built. And I sync it to my NAS, which auto syncs to Dropbox. But marker thing is an open source tool we built to turn those markers into a CSV that I can auto chop using lossless cut. Interesting. Is that openly available? Yeah, it's all open and open source. You should just be able to sign in and have it work. Final Cut Pro is too hard, so you made your own editor. Fucking nerd. Yeah, let me thank all the subs I missed while we were doing that. Okay, I don't think I actually answered your question, SEO Food. Do we plan to add computer use directly to T3 code? I know Julius is doing some stuff with the T3 MCP for in like app browser use. Generally, I'm just leaning on what's already built into Codex. Will we have our own core thing for it? Maybe. It's one of those things where I would be scared to have to invest heavily to keep catching up. I would much rather lean on what others do instead of do it myself. And I'm so fucking tired of the ecosystem for my Nest just turning off the AC halfway through my stream every time I'm streaming. So fucking annoying. Cool. We got Dockerfile with the tier 1. Thank you for that. Tash with the Prime for 6 months. New T3 code looks dope. Any good starting recommendations on mini PCs for the whole Linux agent delegation? Yes. Fuck, what's the name of it? Fuck. It's the GMK Tech. Thank you, guys. GMK Tech Nuckbox K8. I hope the deal is still available. It is, but it's not as good of a deal as it was before. Yeah, it's $739.99 for a pretty decent Intel or AMD chip. It's an 8845. Totally fine. It's got 30 gigs of RAM and a terabyte SSD, or you can do the bare bones if you have laptop RAM and an SSD around. And this is a very solid computer that you can do lots of real work on. I forgot how it's labeled on my system, so I can't easily SSH into it. I've mostly relegated mine to Julius as his remote coding box because I have my framework desktop that I have here that has a little bit of resource to spare. Let me just move this so you can see. Yeah, got 32 cores. They're not doing a whole lot. Is 32 gigs of RAM limiting? Not if you're not using the computer outside of agents running things. It's absolutely not. Like this computer that had like 12 threads running on it yesterday was using 18 gigs of RAM. Bro, I bought that little PC because of you. Fucking love it. Took it to work so you could vibe code test tools. Huge. Everybody I know who grabbed that has been very surprised at how useful it is. And also my what's it fucking called? How do I word it? God, I entirely lost track of my train of thought. Just not using macOS for your vibe coding is nice because things like cloning a work tree are suddenly instantly free instead of taking a while because APFS sucks at small file copies. It's so bad. APFS is just fucking atrocious when it comes to the types of like large PNPM installs and dev work that we're doing every day. It's just not good in comparison. Okay, apparently the Play Store link was actually us, so we are good there, thankfully. Too much shit going on. Okay. So, okay, dumb question. How to recommend keeping a high level eye on your startup costs and integrate those figures into your pricing model while still being fair to users? What costs to eat, what to bill for? you get it wrong first is almost always the key. I start with a small set of users, like very small, like less than 10, and monitor their usage and then do estimates on what it would cost based on their usage and figure it out from there usually. Somebody on the team probably made the banner. Was the over-under on you installing T3 on your Windows machine when you get back from Orlando? Pretty high. Video encoding as a benchmark could work. Perhaps. It's an interesting concept. Anyways. To unify the 2 new thread pickers, can you stop spamming when you get detected? It doesn't increase the likelihood I accept your message. It just pisses me off. Now I'm going to deny all of them. Anyways, let me go back to thanking subs. So this is roughly where I was. Fryuni cheered and said that they have a friend that comments on every video they watch. It baffles you every time she goes out of her way to make a comment that adds nothing to anything, even opening a video she sees on the TV on her phone just to send a comment. Interesting. It's a certain type of person. Didn't do it on purpose. It's fine. Just Twitch doesn't do a good job of showing to you that your messages are being denied. So the instinct is to spam. It's Twitch's fault. Just, it's annoying. We got 7 here with the Prime. Thank you for the 7 months. Nabari here with the Prime for 25 months. Always here for the drops. Good shit. Harness Squared. Love that, Fry Uni. We got Bloomy722 with the Prime. Math Kills People for the 17 months of support. Gabriel with the over 4 years now at tier 3. Take that, Maria. Hilarious. Hap Lois, again, thank you for the 25 bombs. Super appreciate the gifts. It has been huge. I will get to post-work PC style, I promise. I have not had time to, like... I'll do my usual. I have not had time to call my mom, and she's very upset about that. I'm hoping to finally get to call her tomorrow. I haven't been able the last 2 days because I've been so busy with other random bullshit. Just, I'm going through it. We're staying on top of things. Give me a little more time. Thank you, Little Finger, for the 21 months of Prime. Plant Gains for the Prime. Deadman Foot for the Prime. Protostar again with the raid. Thank you so much for that. Mather with this 22 months of support. Thank you. Grimolf with the tier 1. Ivan Malice Sun with the Prime. Splesh LED with the Prime. Ryle with the Prime. Quidda Mosquito with the Prime. And then Volatile asking if I've checked out Orca. Very, very briefly, a very long time ago, and it was super bad, so I uninstalled, but I was probably too early, and it's probably better since. Cool. And how about YouTube chat? But I fixed the bug where the model asks questions with suggestions and you try to answer with an @file autocomplete. It breaks the input text area and I need to refresh the UI. You can get me a GitHub issue. We can try to take a look, but also, like, I don't recommend tagging files anymore. I almost want to remove that feature. Peckable, Matt Pocock, Skill, and Pi. Oh my Pi, take your picks. They were advertising the reroll a take. I haven't even expressed my takes on these much, so it's hard to reroll. The only one I've went really deep on with my takes is Oh My Pi. And if Oh My Pi is the tool that makes people think much more about, like, orchestrating and workflows and getting agents to do more, then it is a net positive. It's just more frustrating for me to learn someone else's workflow than to add on to my own by hand. You saw the open source panel and wanted to say I did good despite the assassination attempt the panel organizers did when picking the guests. Yeah. For those who don't know, I did a panel at Open Sauce a few days ago, and my panel was I think it was like AI Good or Bad was the title. And my panel was, I call it my panel because I was the moderator. I was the host who had to go around and ask questions. And I was the only pro-AI person on the panel. Everyone else was anti. So I had to navigate an anti-AI panel as the pro-AI host. I think I did okay. I put a lot of thought in ahead of time, and I planned a decent bit right before going up. I think I did okay. What I recommend in place of tagging files, just say what you're talking about. The model will find it. That generally speaking, something I've been aiming for is how do we get less of the burden on our brains and more of the burden on the model? If it's one additional step and one additional tool call for the model to find it, and that's one less thing you have to think about, one less feature you have to work with, huge positive. Is there a recording of it? Probably, but it's likely only going to be on Sauce Plus, sadly. The super solid panel, I did great. That's good to hear. Have I shared my base setup for dev boxes? Oh, you had issues because you didn't have build essentials. Yeah, Ubuntu is missing annoying things. What I have done is I configured one machine using codecs, and then I asked it to save everything that it did in a markdown file. And now I just point at that file when I get a new system and say, okay, here's how you SSH in. Go configure all the things from this file. I actually have a folder on this computer now. It's probably easier to do that from here. Oh, here it is, Fleet. This Fleet directory, let me make sure I don't leak anything by opening this. Cool. Yeah, there's nothing too sensitive in here. This has all of my preferences and the things I want on my different boxes. And all of this is pointed at when I get a new machine, and it configures it the way I want. I also have somewhere in here, I have to sign back in. Cool. My Theo boxes. This is just a tool. It's not even a tool. It's an HTML file on my HTML service that tracks all of my machines, what they are and how they differ, as well as my preferences. So I can always just point to this and see what the connection methods are to manage these at any given time. Super handy. Nix would be easier if I wasn't also using Macs and other things as well. I could update Azure T3GG. That's definitely a thing I could do. I also really scared to see how much that's cost me because I left it running. I might just turn it off at this point, but maybe. Cool. Let me go back to thanking subs because I got very distracted there. Did I get all of you? I think I did. Nimbus Dev with the 4 months. My latest video is great. It feels like it did not have any actionable content, or perhaps a follow-up video with going over how to do it would be awesome, because although everyone will have a different way to do it, it'll be good to have a good reference rather than just a go build feedback loops and testing harnesses. Funny enough, this kind of has happened. It's already filmed and hopefully coming out soon. I need to move things around because this was published effectively this morning and this got published effectively yesterday. So I will do that accordingly. We have iOS legacy platform, but also the Fable made my app, so I fixed it myself. This one is a very good example of how I used models to write code that isn't the actual code that I was shipping. I wrote a lot of it for that video. You joined and then Nix got mentioned. Coincidence? Probably. I got Agent Orchestrator. It's also open source. I can't keep checking all of these tools. I have to wait till they're popular enough to be worth the effort. I just have too much going on. Yeah, CMux V2 is looking very promising. Herder is popular enough that I definitely need to check it out. Thank you again, Igor, for the sub. Appreciate you a bunch. Hopefully I answered your question well, Nimbus. Excited for that other video. Let's figure out what we're actually going to film today. I keep having ideas and I forget to put them in. Today feels like it's Matt Pocock Skills Day. I'm leaning towards it finally being Matt Pocock Skills Day. I thought I already did the why I'm moving to Linux. This can be archived. Um, in defense of not understanding the code base, is this an article? This seems really fun. I think I'll put this in the list. I kind of want to do a generic AI is not going anywhere to like a link to the article. Yeah, I got you. Cool. Like I want to do a video. It's kind of on the Linus Torvalds mail list post. I have only really skills and a basic config setup, and my skills are like I have 3 of them, so it's not really work to keep things in sync. How have I found handing off work between models? Yes, Kimmy Groxel and Claude Code. After the video and handing off work from Fabled them has been pretty crazy. Yeah, it's great. So one of the things I love the HTML plans for too is it's a really easy like unit to share between things. Like once I have context I like in a thread, I'll tell the model to summarize that as HTML and then use my plan skill to host it. And then I copy paste the link to another agent that can then call it and look at what it said and give its thoughts. And it's an easy way to manually transfer context between things. I would like to automate that more within T3 code eventually, but right now my top priority is just that skill, and it's been very nice. Linus used Gemini anti-gravity once, but we don't know what he uses today. Okay, I think I'm going to put the AI isn't going anywhere here, and this is Linus analyst post about AI. Anybody have the thing he wrote? Like the recent one? Finding it, Theo? Okay, thank you, Maria. No rush. This is, I think, the one I was looking for from Prime. Yeah, that's the main thing I wanted there. Maria has this. I also hate Notch so much. Yeah, Jeb is the reason. Jeb is the creator of Minecraft, kind of. Minecraft just appeared one day. No one knows where it came from. There are rumors of this figure once named Notch, but we no proof he ever actually existed. Good shit. This is actually very good. What's this? The review of Linux kernel code changes. Cool. Yeah, very useful sources. Thank you, Maria. Cool. I think I have everything I need for this one. Cool. We'll do the skills video today, I promise. I don't really see a net positive to Alex. David's had okay points at times. I've not paid enough attention to him to know, but Alex Finn I've just never seen be right about anything. Minecraft Rust rewrite, lol. Kimmy video for this stream in Twitter? I did. I already did the Kimmy video. I might cover the like Kimmy distill stuff because it's pissing me off that people are talking about it the way they are, but 50-50 on it. The Zig thing was hilarious. He's crashing out so bad. You should probably ping me. I think I have to do that after stream. The Moonshot White House stuff, yeah. Maybe I'm 50-50 on that. I'm also 50-50 on the GPT-6 hack thing. I just don't know if I have much to add to it, and I've already shared my thoughts. Season 2 is huge performance regression to dunk on the rusters. The GPT-6 thing is not a marketing ploy at all. Fine, I'll add that in. Cool, and that would have to be the only priority one today. We'll do that later. I want to do AI isn't going anywhere first. Oh yeah, I already made the Kimmy video. That's what I was saying there. Yeah, this does seem fun. I'll read that later. Thank you, Hay Bales, for the gift to Obsidian Time. Fucking nerd. Okay. Let's start with this. It's not going anywhere. We are set up for this one. Yeah, let's do it. This AI fad has gone way too far. There is no world in which this stuff will be useful for real projects. Things like the Linux kernel need a really high bar for code, and AI is just never going to meet it. That's why people like Linus Torvalds are so against AI. As you can see in this post that he just sent, or As you can see in this email he just sent to the official Linux mailing list, where he says that, Linux is not one of those anti-AI projects, and if someone has issues with that, they can do the open source thing and fork it, or just walk away. Huh. Apparently, Linus has taken a hard stance here. He is no longer entertaining the horror. He's no longer entertaining the people who are socially anti-AI, the ones who are doing it on principle, not on a technical basis. There is real technical value to these tools, and they're not going away at any... There's real technical merit to these tools, and they're not going away anytime soon. Hell, we're in a world now where there are open source models, open weight models, that are incredibly good, more talented than any one dev can be across the field. And these are accessible for all of us to use for surprisingly cheap prices. Obviously, this is valuable. In a world where... I think Linus's stance here... Let me find the other posts I have. It's been fun to watch the mighty fall. All of these super anti-AI people that have been against it from the start are coming around. And even those who have been on the line, people like the Primogen, are finding more and more fun with these tools as they figure out the right ways to use them within their workflows and aligning with their goals. I want to talk about this, though. What does this mean for the history? What does this mean for the... What does this mean for the rest of software development history? What are the pushback points that these people are making? And what does the future look like if we're all just prompting to write code? I can't see into the future, but what I do know is coming up is a quick break for today's sponsor. Cool. So I want to start with where this drama began. I want to start with where this most recent Linux drama began. It started with this open source tool called Sashiko. Sashiko is an agentic Linux kernel code review system. It uses a set Linux kernel-specific prompt and a special protocol to review proposed Linux kernel changes. Sashiko can ingest patches from mailing lists or from local Git. It's fully self-contained. It doesn't use any external agentic CLI tools, and it can work with various LLM providers. If you're a kernel maintainer, please see our guide for kernel maintainers for information on interacting with Sashiko. It's not perfect, but in their measurements of quality... They call it the quality of reviews here as well, which is pretty impressive. Sashiko is not perfect, but in their measurements, the quality review is high. In their tests, Sashiko was able to find 53.6% of bugs based on unfiltered last 1,000 upstream commits with fixed tags, specifically using Gemini 3.1 Pro. It does seem like for various reasons, Linus is still using the Gemini models. I'd be very curious to see how this would go if he was to switch over to something from OpenAI or Anthropic, because 3.1 Pro is not great. It's a pretty dated model. In some sense, it's already above the human level, given that 100% of these bugs had made it through human-driven code reviews and were accepted into the main tree. The rate of false positives is harder to measure, but based on limited manual reviews, it's well within 20% range, and the majority of it is a gray zone. Please note that as with any other LLM-based tool, Sashiko's output is probabilistic. You may or may not find bugs or find other bugs with the same inputs. This is a great realistic callout. They're not saying AI is going to replace all of our jobs. They're not saying it's the best developer they've ever seen. They are saying that it is similarly capable to a human, and having more resources doing more review to keep the kernel stable is beneficial. Remember that video I did recently everybody was mad at me for, where I talked all about how you need to be reading less code because you should be using AI to do more code review, to generate code, to do testing, to write elaborate end-to-end systems just to validate code. Using LLMs to take the code that was already written and verify it using LLMs to take already written code and verify it better is so powerful. And I'm not saying that you shouldn't read the code before you merge it. If your project wants that, awesome. For most projects, it's probably a good idea. You should read the code. But having AI also read the code, also build tools to test the code, also do additional things to verify the code, and maybe write a bunch of slop tests that never merge just to continuously verify your assumptions, that's all great. And it seems like the best maintainers in the world are realizing this too, because the Linux kernel, whether or not you like Linus, it is a phenomenal example of the best of open source. And it's really nice to see Linus not falling behind beyond his model choices. This is a pretty big flip for them too, because previously they were complaining about all of the slop reports they were getting, but they've even announced since that that isn't the case. Greg Kroah-Hartman is one of the lead maintainers of the Linux kernel, and he said that there is a huge change in the quality of bug reports they're getting from AI generations. It went from junk to legit overnight. You can't explain the inflection point, but it's not slowing down or going away. This article was in March, by the way. We spoke about how over the the author of the article spoke with Greg over the author the article God damn it. The author of this article spoke with Greg about how over the last month, AI-driven activity around Linux security and code review has really jumped in a way no one in the open source world saw coming. Months ago, we were getting what we called AI slop, AI-generated security reports that were obviously wrong and low quality. It was kind of funny. It didn't really worry us. Of course, there are many Linux kernel maintainers, so for them, AI slop isn't as burdensome as it is for, say, Daniel Stenberg, the founder and lead developer of curl, where AI slop reports caused the curl team to stop paying bug bounties entirely. Things have changed according to Greg. Something happened a month ago and the world switched. Now we have real reports. So what happened here, my guess, is that in December and November of last year, we started using Opus 4.5 more actively. After the holiday break, it started to ramp up in real world use cases in the enterprise space. And as more people and real developers started to take advantage of this and saw how powerful it was, they started building tools around it and figuring out how to take more advantage of the model's capability, which led to it downstream a few months after starting to affect things like the reports going to the Linux kernel. It's not like a new model drops and suddenly the quality goes up. It's that a new model drops, the best people start to see what it's capable of, and as that happens, they start to use it for more and more things, and slowly the quality of things goes up over time. Greg says that it's not just Linux and that all open source projects have real reports that are made with AI, but now they're good and they're real. All open source security teams are hitting this right now. Greg said that he doesn't know why this happened. Either a lot more tools got a lot better, or people started going, hey, let's start actually looking at this. It seems lots of different groups and different companies have had this realization. What's clear, though, is the scale. For the kernel, we can handle it. We're a much larger team, very distributed, and our increase is real, and it's not slowing down. These are tiny things. They're not major things, but we need help on this for all the open source projects. Smaller projects have far less capacity to absorb a sudden flood of plausible AI-generated bug reports and security findings. At least now they're finding real ones and not garbage. One of the biggest immediate wins is turnaround time. When an AI reviewer flags obvious problems, submitters get feedback long before a human maintainer would realistically read the patch. If I see it respond to something, it gives me feedback to this. If I see it respond to something, it gives feedback to the submitter faster than the maintainer had a chance to, which is nice. We have a number of bots that run on patches as it is. If I see these fail, I just know I don't even need to look at that as a If I see those fail, I just know I don't have to look yet as a maintainer. And it gives the developer an, oh, I can do another version tomorrow, which helps increase feedback a little better. Absolutely agree. AI code review is so powerful. It's so, so nice. But on the other side here, going and auditing these big code bases with more manpower in quotes that we've ever had before is brutal, because now we're seeing things like 2 days ago, there was, how many of these happened? 432 CVEs in the Linux kernel in a single day. It's insane. It's absolutely insane. And the reality is, if these open source maintainers don't use AI to find and fix these things, then malicious people are going to use that as an attack surface. If the maintainers don't check their code with AI to prevent these types of regressions and these types of security issues from being in the official product, then someone else will. It's a matter of who's going to use AI. Are they going to use it to fix the thing, or is it going to be used to hack the thing? And in a war of attrition like this, you got to use the thing. So let's see Linus's crash out, because I like Linus. I feel like he does a very good job of being controversial, but not in a way that you... I feel like he does a great job of being stern but realistic. Even when he's crashing out at somebody, he's giving really clear reasons why they are wrong and how they could think differently about a thing. Like, I cannot fathom anyone's ever had Linus crash out at them and didn't have something to learn from it. So let's see what he said. Again, this started because of the discussion around Sashiko, the AI code review tool they were using. Someone was mad about Sashiko and trying to push back on it, but it seemed like they didn't care about the tool. They were more upset about LLMs in general. So Roman tried to push the conversation to be about that, to which Linus responded and said, yeah, this person's clearly expressing a very anti-LLM position in general, and this is not the position of the Linux kernel. I realize that some people really dislike AI, but this is an area where I'm willing to absolutely put my foot down as the top level maintainer. The good old BFDL. Thank you, Linus. Linux is not one of those anti-AI projects, and if someone has issues with that, they can do the open source thing and fork it, or just walk away. AI is a tool just like other tools we use, and it's clearly a useful one. It may not have been that clearly even just a year ago, but it's no longer in question today. Yep. For those who don't know, BFDL stands for Benevolent Dictator for Life. That's what I was talking about as the top level maintainer. It means that Linus will maintain Linux until he's not alive, probably. Back to what he had to say here, though. There are other questions around AI, like what is the economy of it? There are other questions around AI, like what will the economy of it actually look like at the end? But the is it useful question is no longer around. Read on that. I really like his next point here. There are other questions around AI, like what's the economic... There are other questions around AI, like what's this going to look like economically in the end? But the is it useful thing is no longer one of those valid questions. Anybody who doubts that clearly hasn't actually used the modern tools. I absolutely agree. And remember, Linus is using Gemini supposedly here. I don't know if he's tried Claude Code, Codex, Cursor, whatever else, but he has confirmed before publicly that he is using anti-gravity and Gemini for real work. He knows these tools are useful. Yes, it can be a somewhat painful tool, both for managing work. He does cave that it is sometimes painful, especially for maintainer workloads, and just from an it keeps finding embarrassing bugs standpoint. Like, yeah, it hurts. Having somebody with unlimited manpower and money just digging into your shit and finding all of these things can feel awful. But it's awesome that we can do it too. And if your goal is to do the best thing for your users, you should be embracing these tools where they are useful to you and your team. But the solution is not to put your head in the sand and sing la la la, I can't hear you at the top of your voice like some people seem to do. Absolutely agree. I've seen these people, and if you want to see some too, all you have to do is scroll down and see them in my comment section. While you're scrolling, though, if you see a little red button that says subscribe, it's because you haven't, and you should consider clicking it, because I cover these things. It's a lot of work, and if you want to stay on top of this stuff as it changes, probably a good idea to start watching a bit more. Only half of you guys-ish are subscribed. Helps a lot if you hit the button. Anyways. I really like where Linus goes here. He says the solution is to make sure these LLM tools are helping maintainers instead of just causing them pain. There's no question on that side. And I absolutely agree. It sucks that a lot of the creators of these agentic tools, of these models, of these things, did not go more into the open source world and try to help directly. There has been some effort here since, things like open source programs for both Claude Code and Codex, things like the secure Project Glasswing type stuff where they reach out to essential open source projects and do a bunch of free auditing privately. All of that stuff is awesome, but it's not enough and it started too late, especially considering that these LLMs got where they were from an open source start using a lot of open source code. But that doesn't mean these things aren't helpful to maintainers. It just means that the companies that made them weren't considerate enough about maintainers initially, and they're slowly working on it. But it is our job as the developers who are between these big companies and the open source projects to keep on doing what we can to funnel value to the open source maintainers, whether that is paying them directly, whether that is contributing to the projects in ways that are less burdensome, whether that is giving them free inference or donating, whether that's giving them free inference or donating money for tokens, or helping them set up tools that are more useful to themselves. Whatever maintainers need, we should be going out of our way for, because they are doing a thankless job and we did make it harder. It is important to understand and appreciate the burden of open source maintainers in this time. It is harder and more annoying than ever in a lot of ways, but when done right, it can be really powerful too. Following along with what Linus said here, he's not trying to force anyone to use it, but he's very loudly going to ignore people who try to argue against other people using AI. And no, AI isn't perfect, but Christ, anyone who points to the problems at AI had better be looking in the mirror and pointing at themselves at the same time, because it's not like natural intelligence is always all that great either. The kernel project has been and will continue to be around the technology. Sure, the social angle of working on open source is important and often a very motivating part of the project, but in the end, that's a side benefit, not the point of the project. This is not some kind of social warrior project, never has been and never will be. In the kernel community, we do open source because it results in better technology, not because of religious reasons. And so we make the decision primarily based on technical merit, not fear of new tools. Fucking based. I would love to see a Linus take I don't agree with. Seriously, one of the greatest of all time. Also, NVIDIA's OG hater. Huge respect for that. While I feel physically incapable of disagreeing with Linus, others did, and he had plenty to say to them. Thank you, Protostar, for stopping by. Always good to see you, man. Peace. Laurent said in the mail list that he considers today that there's no ethical justification for the use of generative AI in free and open source development. To which Linus said, I guess this is where the discussion ends. As I mentioned, Linux has never been a social warrior project. If you don't have technical reasons, you don't have reasons. You can choose not to use AI, but that's your personal choice. It has absolutely no impact on anybody else, and you should not expect it to have any. Put it another way, if you're a vegetarian because you think meat is murder, that's perfectly fine. I know for a fact we have several vegan kernel developers, and I'm sure they have varied reasons for it. Maybe they just don't like the taste. Maybe they have some social or religious reasons for it. Lots of perfectly valid reasons, possibly driven by ethics. But they don't expect the rest of the kernel community to become vegetarian because of their personal ethical standpoint, do they? This is absolutely no different. And yes, I feel very strongly about this, not because I feel strongly about AI per se, but because we have a long history interacting with the Free Software Foundation. They have their ethical reasons too, and use them as a weapon and as a way to drive away sane people. It's why Linux is not GNU/Linux and why we call things open source instead of free software. So keep your ethics where they belong in your personal life. Don't try to enforce your ethics on others. Based as fucking hell. I have no notes. He's very real, very accurate with this. And you're going to see more people doing the same. It's been fun watching more and more fall as the models and tools get better. I remember a year and a half ago when the things were just starting to get okay at code, like when GPT-5 finally came out and I could talk about it. It was like, oh, wow, these are way more capable than I thought they would get. I thought we were going to hit a ceiling and we didn't. And I went from, oh, this is useful to like make some small edits in a file, to this can actually complete real work, to barely even editing code myself anymore because this can do almost all of the work itself. And every developer, even the ones who are still against AI, if they have any real technical merit, will eventually see this too. A bar will be hit where the tools are better than they thought was possible. Not better than them necessarily, but better than they expected. And they will have to reflect on that or just shove their head in the sand and pretend none of it's happening. Some have already done that, and some will continue to do that. But the best maintainers all have been coming around. I'm going to give a weird analogy here, but I saw this with TypeScript back in the day. When TypeScript first happened, it was hard to justify as a really well... Actually, let me talk about this. Actually, I have a diagram for this, but I'll just start with Linux AI stance. When TypeScript first happened, it was quite controversial. Not because it was bad or terrible or slow or something, just because the best people in the JavaScript community didn't see a need for it. They wrote JavaScript that was good and it worked and behaved how they expected it to. Why would we add all of this stuff on top where we now have to transpile our TypeScript into something else in order to even be able to run it? And a lot of those really talented maintainers just kind of poo-pooed TypeScript entirely and ignored it. But the goal of TypeScript wasn't to replace JavaScript and become the industry default. It was to solve very specific problems that Microsoft had. They built it at Microsoft because JavaScript had become the global language, and they wanted to write things that were Microsoft size and scale. But when you had a lot of engineers with various capabilities and when you had a lot of engineers at various skill levels and none of them knew the whole code base because it was physically impossible to, making sure changes in one place didn't break somewhere else was a real challenge. And TypeScript was built by Anders Hellsberg, the creator of C#, in order to try and solve that orchestration problem when you have lots of engineers of various skill levels contributing to a thing. But that's also, again, where that problem comes in. If you're on a small team with incredibly talented devs building a small to medium-sized JavaScript project, even a pretty big one, but everyone on the team knows where everything is, you're not going to have that many problems that TypeScript solves. And it's going to seem like this big, unnecessary thing that complicates your whole process. And a lot of people did feel that way. Let me find, I have a good example here in my diagrams on Twitter. Just one moment. Here's a fun interaction I had back in 2022 with one of my good friends and somebody I owe for a lot of my success, Ryan Carniato, the creator of Solid.js and one of the best JavaScript devs alive. Joe said here, Joe is another friend of mine who was iffy on if TypeScript was worth it or not in 2022 and asked if he felt like TypeScript made people more productive, people to respond. I said that I firmly believe anyone who doesn't feel a productivity win out of TypeScript isn't using it correctly. Honestly, same if you feel like you're writing TypeScript and not, quote, JavaScript with warnings in your editor. TypeScript gave me back a huge chunk of my brain that was previously second-guessing every line. I have since refined this take. What TypeScript has done is one of the things TypeScript did is it moved the burden of describing how your systems work off of the application devs and the people building things that are user-facing and onto the libraries we consume. Things like React and React Query, things like Solid.js, things like the GraphQL bindings a lot of us use, TRPC. All of these tools needed to have types defined in TypeScript, and that is real work that is often complex that has to be done by open source maintainers for their things to be taken seriously with TypeScript. And that was a real burden that sucked. But by doing that, it made their tools way easier to adopt. Remember what I said before, though? The best developers didn't need that ease. They already were there. Ryan said the following: I'm pretty much the person you're describing. I'm told it will click, but after 4 years of using TypeScript every day, I'm not convinced anymore. It's something that he puts up with for the greater good. He's used other typed languages, but when it's applied to JavaScript, it feels different. He gave an example of an API that he built in 20 minutes because it was intuitive to him and apparently others as well. And 5 years later, they're still discussing how to type it properly for months at a time. Yeah, writing the types for complex APIs is a real difficulty. But that's not why I'm showing you guys this post. I'm showing you guys this post because of a diagram I drew on why this is the case. TypeScript takes the potential quality of a code base and it shrinks it from both ends. It greatly raises the floor and it slightly lowers the ceiling. Someone like Ryan Carniato, who was a 10 out of 10 TypeScript, or someone like Ryan Carniato, who is a 10 out of 10 JS dev, almost feels like he has to lower his quality in order for TypeScript to be useful to him. But someone like me, who is a dumb YouTuber, benefits greatly from TypeScript yanking me off of the floor into a much better, more maintainable place. This is kind of what AI does too. Are the absolute best developers in the world capable of writing code better than AI in the areas they specialize? Almost certainly yes. I'd be incredibly surprised if some of the best maintainers of the Linux kernel couldn't write better code than Fable does for Linux. But how about the kernel code I would write? How about the kernel code that Ryan Carniato would write? He's incredibly talented. He does not know the Linux kernel at all. You don't know what his knowledge of low-level memory stuff is. But he's an incredibly talented dev, where if he tried to contribute over there, would benefit a lot from AI. Or we can go back to the original example of Linus vibe coding, which is that he wanted to visualize some work he was doing on a fun side project and didn't know how to do that the right way, so he asked Gemini to. And while the code wasn't perfect and the UI it spit out wasn't great, the thing he wanted came out much faster, and he didn't have to go as far out of his way to go figure out all of these things. And he was very happy with the result because he got to work outside of his area of expertise, and the floor was higher and the work was less. That is an awesome thing. TypeScript was similar for me in this way, where I was coming from other spaces. I had done most of my time in Elixir, Ruby, and Java. So I didn't like working in JavaScript. But TypeScript raised the quality of what I was doing and guided me through fixing things in such a way that I ended up liking it a lot and ended up going all in on this idea of full stack type safety, eventually the T3 stack. That's kind of what AI has done to me as well. It has affected me in my career in a way very, very similar to TypeScript in this way. It has me bolder, doing bigger, crazier things, and trying to take more advantage of what the tool is capable of to make my life easier and to make my team more effective. And I'm very thankful Linus agrees here. Because as he said, anyone who doubts that these tools are useful clearly hasn't actually used them. And if you're still in that bucket, I hope you take the opportunity to experiment a bit more. If you're looking for things to do with AI that are useful If you're looking for things to use AI for that aren't just generating code in your projects, but can help you take the code you already wrote and validate it better and be more likely to ship less buggy software, you should check out my video about reading code because I go in depth on that. I want to be clear, my stance is not that you shouldn't read code. My stance is that code is too useful and now too cheap to justify not generating a bunch of code to do random things that you want to have done. Whether that is going through all of your PRs and whether that's going through open pull requests and giving you an audit at the start of the day on what you should focus on, or if it's verifying changes you make, or if it's writing a really elaborate test suite for one thing you really want to confirm. There's so much use to AI other than contributing slop to projects, and I really hope more people take the opportunity to use these tools for the awesome things they can be used for. It's been a wild journey for me, and it's awesome to see. It's been a wild journey for me, and it's awesome to see so many other people realize the capability here as well. AI is continuing to get more and more useful and more powerful. And as great as something like TypeScript is, it definitely hit a ceiling pretty early. AI does not seem to have any ceiling in sight. So if you don't get in now, you'll have plenty of chances to later. Don't feel like you have to rush here, everything's over. Just consider using these tools a bit more and finding more creative ways to apply them to your work. I have a feeling you'll be surprised. I certainly know I was. Until next time, peace, nerds. Fun. I think that one was peaceful considering what it could have been. Cool. Nothing too important. Okay. Everything I needed is handled. Where were we? That goes there. This is too sloppy for me to read right now. I'm sorry. I can just tell from the Browns. The Nix OS crash outs. This might be worth including. Okay, this person just filed a slop PR. I understand why the maintainer is so annoyed, and it looks like the PR is pretty garbage as well. People complain about the rate limit resets. They should give you back a reset if it's within a certain timed window or you have a certain amount left. Like Coburg will now disallow vibe coded projects. Forge Joe won't do that though, right? Forge Joe is still fine, right? Finish Systems data labeling. Oh boy. What was I complaining about before I got distracted by that? And this is a fair point too. I thought Forge Joe was also the site, or is Codeberg the one official site for it? Oh yeah, it is. Fuck. Yeah, I forgot. That's annoying. I forgot because there was Git T is the other split is the thing I was forgetting about. Yeah, this sucks. I don't like that. This page is not a thing. Annoying. Do I have to sign in to see the forum? The fuck? This is really bad. Okay. This is its own video. Fuck me. Yeah. Oh boy. As of recent, I've been pretty harsh on GitHub, and I think it's for good reason. The platform kind of feels like it's falling apart. It's regularly the biggest bottleneck in my workflows, and I feel like I spend more time waiting on PRs loading than I do on actually writing the code or having my AI do it in the first place. And it's also just kind of... Ugh. That's why I did a video a couple weeks ago, that's why I recently did a video about what we could use instead, and I settled on Codeberg because I was really impressed with it. It performed better than expected. It was genuinely a really pleasant experience, is what a lot of projects have been moving to recently, even ones I'm iffy on like Zig. And I ended up donating a bunch of money to Codeberg and encouraging others to do the same because I really wanted a proper open alternative to GitHub to be able to be out there and successful, especially after I heard about the drama with the Codeberg and ForgeJo guys and Git and the way they split out. It really seemed like a project that was well aligned with what I wanted, and I was more than happy to support them, shout them out massively, donate money, and send as many of you guys as I could to go help however you can. But then I heard about But today I saw this post. Proposal Assembly 2026, Terms of Use Extension to Prohibit LLM Extrusions. And I was immediately scared, but assumed it can't be that bad. Maybe they're just trying to ban contributions to Codeberg itself using AI. Not my favorite thing, but could be reasonable. Then I saw this poll that they ran internally to disallow vibe-coded projects entirely via the terms of use, which got a majority agreeing vote. I can't believe this one is happening. It's particularly funny that I just finished filming a video about Linus Torvalds' very reasonable stance on AI just being a tool that can be good and bad depending on what you're doing, just to have the follow-up be my favorite place to host my Git repos, coming out and going... or retake on that, yeah. I can't believe I just wrapped up filming a Linus Torvalds... I can't believe I just finished filming a video about Linus's entirely reasonable takes about AI being a tool that can benefit and hurt maintainers, so we should try to make it more helpful, just to be linked this horrible announcement from the place I like hosting Git repos most. This video is going to be a little different. It's both going to be me crashing out about how misguided this decision is, as well as a plea to Codeberg to reconsider, and hopefully my best attempt, and hopefully some reasonable arguments as to why. Either way, I need to make some donation money back, so we'll do a quick break for today's sponsor. Cool. I will start with this proposed... I'll start with this pull request that was filed to make the amendment. There is an official thread in the forums where they went back and forth about this, but sadly, I do not have access. If I sign in, can I maybe? Cool. I'm not allowed in because I'm not a member of the Codeberg official organization. So they're linking this and not sharing it. I will say first and foremost, as a fan of open discussion for open projects, I don't love that the discussion is behind a restricted wall that cannot be seen. I do appreciate their desire to keep their forum clean and outside of all the types of like rude comments and speculation that they're going to get. And I'm sorry in advance for any I add on here. On that note, actually, really, really quick, this is important. Do not harass anyone on the Forge Joe or Codeberg teams. If I see any of you guys giving any of these maintainers any shit or making their lives harder as a result of personal disagreements, you are not associated with me. Just don't do that. It does not help anyone at all. I do not wish any ill will to anyone involved here. I am just concerned about the direction and am hoping that with a little bit of back and forth, we can steer them in a better way. And I'm assuming that their desire to keep the forum private is part of their attempts to prevent harassment of the maintainers. I respect that, and I will do my best to keep you guys from harassing them. If anyone does, and they're a part of my community, let me know so I can kick them the fuck out. But yes, to my team and others helping me out, feel free to harass me all you want. Is this related, or is this just like a random thing that happened? Like, who is this person? Are they core at all? No. Okay. I did find this thread where they discuss a bit of the stance here as well as the I did find this thread where they discuss their stances a bit as well as the complaints about the private discussions come up in here too. And I think it shows just how far gone these folks are. Coburg should establish a project and platform-wide policy against use of AI to generate code, text, or media. A platform-wide policy. It's clear at this point that the technology is a detriment to the long-term maintainability and quality of software projects, while otherwise raising many ethical concerns, being developed by corporations that back war crimes from data scraped without consent at the expense of website operators and to the detriment of the environment, then serving to bury the web under mountains of soulless-generated content, delude audiences, and de-skill workers while attempting to devalue genuine labor. Most people are into open source because they care a lot about software. Occasionally, you find one who's here because they're unemployed. I'll leave it up to the audience to decide which this person is. They have previously taken a strict stance against cryptocurrency projects. Are these still on the platform? They are. So they are complaining about these cryptocurrencies, but they're all still on the site. They're all still getting updates. The mere nature of working on free and open source software is political. This does not imply that Codeberg supports political parties. Oh boy. They did the vote. Apparently, this vote only happened yesterday and it passed. So they just decided they're going to ban cryptocurrency and they're going to ban all AI-generated projects. It's... I'm going to fixate on this first bit a little too much because it's really frustrating for me. In particular, this call out that the technology is a detriment to the long-term maintainability and quality of software projects. I'll take the hard stance here. Anyone who believes this writes worse code than an AI model from a year and a half ago. If you legitimately believe that top-tier AI tools are actively hurting maintainability of projects and not helping at all, that's because your brain is slower than fucking Sonnet 4. And there's nothing we can do about that. You've already lost the plot. And if you want to take it up with somebody, feel free to take it up with Linus, who said, verbatim, there are other questions around AI, like what is this going to pan out to economically in the end? But the is it useful statement is no longer one of those actual questions. Anyone who doubts that clearly hasn't actually used it. Correct. I hate that I have to cite Linus against Codeberg here, but I do because their stance is anti-progress of software. It is guaranteeing that software on Codeberg will be slower, worse, and less secure. Because if I can't patch software that is hosted on Codeberg using AI, I can still find exploits in software on Codeberg using AI, and I can use those exploits outside of Codeberg to break all the software on the platform. I'm not saying you should. In fact, I'm actively saying you shouldn't because there's no longer any safeguards to prevent that otherwise. The best thing you can do if you want to keep your project safe is move it somewhere where you can use AI to actually verify it, check it, keep it safe, and update it. Funny enough, using open weight models, because all of the best models, those being Fable and GPT-5.6, have hard restrictions on how much you can use them for safety stuff. So thank you, open software, for making it possible for us to use AI to verify and validate our software and its safety. But none of that's going to happen at all in the land of Codeberg, the land that I donated thousands of dollars to, which is not something I'm very jazzed about here. Ah. And I'm like cryptocurrency's number one fucking hater. I hate modern crypto so much. It being in here as well is stupid, and it should not have been banned. They were talking about how they need an EV member, or they're talking about how they needed a member of like the official Codeberg team to propose a vote, which our friend here, Jadan, did. The notes of the annual assembly of the association are indeed not public, but the summaries are released on the blog. For example, this one from 2025. Generally, when it comes to shaping the policies of Codeberg, it's probably easiest to become a member, as that way you'd get access to the internal organizational repos where people work together on preparing motions to bring the annual member assembly. In case there's a perceived blocker, membership in the association isn't limited to Europeans or Germans. Only some elected roles come with particular legal responsibilities, and those are limited due to the way German association law works. I'd like to argue that there's a non-trivial subset of people who are not willing to become a member, but would like to be informed on what policies are being actively discussed and decided upon. There's a good reason why Codeberg decided to not cater to that group, but I cannot think of one. In any case, I'm grateful Codeberg exists in the first place. Yep, totally agree here. Thank you, Ethan, for speaking for the people. This is a very good point. More questions were asked. Why are they so opaque? As for virtually all volunteer-driven associations, there's orders of magnitude more work than there are volunteers to do the work, and as such, efforts need to be prioritized. Given the current balance of work and volunteers, it mostly means there's no resources to do extra effort to regularly push out information about discussions beyond the outputs that were voted on. But starting at $12 a year, you can join to get the privilege of the volunteer, or to volunteer your time to change that. Okay, so I should be allowed in because I donate a shitload of money. You guys better let me in. I'm going to apply after my stream. Somebody asked, why are these not held in the first place? And we got a pile of word vomit from Nottus, who I'm going to assume didn't use AI to generate this. He's a member of the Presidium, and he supports restricting AI slop. He says restricting instead of banning, because finding the red line is a topic to be determined. He responded to the question of why aren't these discussions in the open with, why can't you read Stephen King's draft manuscript from a new book? Why can't you read a lawmaker's law the minute they start writing the first sentence in their word processor? You can't read a new book immediately because it has to be paid for. And it's not a free and open source thing. The point of free and open source is transparency. Citing Stephen King is a questionable choice here. Why can't you read a lawmaker's law the minute they start writing the first sentence in the word processor? Because they usually talk about what they intend to write and share their policy positions and allow for a discussion before they start writing the law. We can philosophize about radical transparency and direct democracy and where the line is, but depending on who you ask, one might say it's ready when it's ready and nothing is official before they are made official, and also it depends on volunteer availability. So how about you just put this in the public? Have you seen the email list that I was citing earlier where everything is in the public? I have to have a custom Chrome extension just to hide email addresses so I don't accidentally share email addresses in my videos. We can be opaque, but I don't think we're that opaque. We're currently working on improving our transparency in certain key areas, such as finances. Apparently, a motion passed. God, that better not be something where they're mad at me for donating and existing. Terms of use changes and privacy policy changes are deemed as policies of the non-profit, and they are voted for by the members per the bylaws. Members, many of which say, I'll join Codeberg because they dislike Copilot, by the way. But even if that... God, that's such a stupid fucking comment. Oh, fucking hell. This is the type of comment where, like, I'm going to be a shithead here. I am sorry. If I'm going to get shit in the comments for anything, it's this. When I see people in and around my spaces leave statements like this in their communication, I look for the quickest way to remove them, whether that is firing them, distancing myself, whatever. This type of sentence is very much indicative of a person who is not trying to communicate. They are trying to punch. Thankfully, my chat seems to get it. To be fair, Theo, if I donated thousands of dollars to an organization just to discover this type of thing, yeah, I'd be crashing out too. Yeah. They're doing a fucking cult here. Like, this type of person should not be allowed decision-making processes because they're acting out of spite, not out of values. And if this is their attempt at transparency, they're dishonest or lying. They just are. Chatters are saying this doesn't feel as professional as they'd expect it to be. Yeah, it's not at all. That's probably why they have the fucking forums private, because it would be really, really embarrassing. I guarantee in those forums, there are many people crashing out at me specifically because they're so upset that I decided to give them money. How dare we associate ourselves with that slop tuber Theo? How dare he give us money so we can fund our business and we can create free and open source software? God. It's rare that somebody writes this much slop by hand. I'm almost impressed. Anyway, the time explaining this could have been spent into making a good human-first proposal. Jesus fuck. These people, man. I thought that providing a thoughtful explanation of the way I see these things might be enlightening. Keep in mind that all of these are personal opinions. Thanks for letting us know at the end there. Taking an unapologetically political stance against a fascist on many fronts technology is the right thing to do. Do you think there are people in those forums that called me a fascist? The guy who donates as much money as they can to open source, the guy who fucking campaigned for Bernie Sanders in college, they're calling me a fascist because I like that my code can update itself now? You fucking kidding? If any of the maintainers are upset with this and want to leak internal comms to me, I won't publish without permission. My DMs are open on X, the fascist app. I'm sorry, but there's nothing to discuss here for non-board members. As I've got the feeling that this will get heated and possibly have to moderate the discussion, it's locked till the vote is over and there's a result to share. Good news, they just published the article while I was filming. Protecting our open source commons from LLMs. In brief, 2 motions regarding artificial intelligence and large language models were voted on among Codeberg members and passed. We are promising to not use any of your data to train LLMs and explain what the planned terms of use change is for Vibe-coded projects. We believe that LLMs endanger the free Libre software ecosystem as a whole. For those of you who have always been confused about why folks like the GNU/Linux people get so much shit, here you go. The Codeberg Annual Assembly is the meeting that puts power into the hands of our active members. Proposals are discussed live and later voted on asynchronously. Since LLMs are an emerging but controversial technology, it is not surprising that 2 of the votes were concerned with Codeberg's position about this technology. The 14-day voting period ended yesterday and both proposals were accepted. The first vote was a statement about Codeberg EV's stance on using your data to train LLMs. This is totally reasonable, to promise to your users and to your members that you will not use their data to train LLMs. Totally okay with that. Absolutely reasonable. The second vote was more controversial, but was also accepted with a 358 agreements to 144 disagreement vote, with a high voter turnout of around 50% of active members. It implies a change to our terms of use to prohibit vibe-coded projects. We'll share thoughts about the practical impact at the end of the article. For what it is worth, the change is here if you want to read it. It is an additional term in the terms of use. You must not share projects that mostly consist of code written by, quote, generative AI tools, including services such as Claude and OpenAI Codex. Such projects have an unclear copyright status, you can see in other requirements, and furthermore have little safeguards to ensure that they do not include harmful code. Okay. I'm going to do a poll with my audience here. What do you think is more likely to be secure? A random vibe-coded package using modern tools like Fable and GPT-5.6, or a random below-average devs package? Which do you think is more likely to be secure? Genuinely. Put your real answer here. I won't show the results until we have more. %90 of my chat agrees that a random vibe-coded package is more likely to be secure. There's a pretty obvious reason for this. A lot of time and money has been spent making the models generate better than average code. Every single time a new model comes out, they have put more time into trimming the data, refining the model, and making it behave better and better. Similarly to how a developer gets better after years of writing code and more experience being built up, LLMs have teams of people putting billions of dollars of effort into doing the same, but then once that LLM is out, everyone now has that as their floor. To be clear, the models don't get to learn the way a human does, where if I hire a shitty dev, I can teach them how to be a better dev. If I hire a shitty model, I can't make it a better model. But the floor has been raised massively. LLMs are so much better at coding than most developers now, especially in a general sense. Many of you in my chat are saying they would have voted the other way a year ago, and I would have too. But since Opus 4.5, generally speaking, I've read a lot of code from AI and I've read a lot of code from people. The average person writes worse code than the average thing using Opus 4.5 or newer. It's obviously the case. So again, this idea that it's less likely someone uploads harmful code if they can't vibe code it is absurd, especially because the two tools cited here actively prevent you from writing harmful code. Codex and Claude Code both have really strict safeguards preventing you from using them to build malicious software. There is nothing preventing me from doing that with my brain other than the law. I promise you guys, and this is just an honest take from me as a donator to Codeberg, to you as the maintainers that seem to just be behind here. I promise you guys, humans are way more likely to create and upload harmful code than LLMs can at this point in time. That is just obvious, and I wish you understood it. If you disagree, my DMs are open, my email's in the bio. I'm down to chat. I'm down to convince y'all. I'll even do an internal presentation if that's what you need. I want to help because your takes are wrong and it's going to cause problems. This is just factually incorrect. Let's see how they justify it. They open with the title, "We all pay for hungry LLMs." LLMs are a costly technology, and those costs keep rising as the companies providing them have to start recouping their investments. They're not only costly for those who use and explicitly subscribe to these services. The costs are not only hidden in normal cloud and service subscriptions that cross-finance these innovative new features that you never asked for. LLMs are so costly that companies are externalizing the costs on massive scales on those who don't use them in society at large. Increased hardware prices, energy use, and environmental damage. We all pay for it. What are you linking here? This is a blog post from a year and a half ago. The author is complaining about dealing with hyper-aggressive LLM crawlers at scale. I agree. That is bad. The amount of traffic that I and others have been seeing from the scrapers from OpenAI and Claude and even companies like TikTok recently is egregious. That should not be a thing. But how the fuck do you think banning LLM-generated code from your platform is going to help prevent AI scraping? That is such a dishonest thing to include here. It's insane. Are you also going to ban people from using Macs when they're on? Are you also going to ban Mac users from using Codeberg because they don't align with free and open source software because their stuff isn't maintainable or repairable enough? Because that would be an easier to justify stance. I genuinely believe that. I'd be more in favor of them banning Apple users than of banning LLMs because there's a much clearer through line to their beliefs here. They call out the strained servers due to nonsensical crawling. Again, I agree. Ban all the crawlers you want. I will help fund the banning of crawlers. I'm so down. The development team of none. Using LLMs to work with your code gives you a kick of adrenaline. Using LLMs to work with code gives you a kick of adrenaline. You can develop at a rapid pace, build things as if you had a large team. Only that you have... the English for this isn't great, and I understand they're not native English speakers, but doing my best to read this here. Feels like you have a large team, but you have none. In fact, you're often alone working with a statistical machine that turns energy into code. It seems like many vibe coders don't realize that they don't actually have a community around them. They build projects as if they did, and they spend resources accordingly. We see projects having a lot of code activity, heavy CI and CD testing, frequent and large release binaries. Sometimes it feels like the amount of supported platforms exceeds the amount of actual users. I agree here. There are projects that are way too big for what they are yet. To them, it seems ridiculous to see projects with a single dev and virtually no users consuming as much or even more resources than some of the largest community projects on Codeberg, which operate frugal with CI/CD and storage resources. We do not believe it's reasonable for Codeberg to invest their precious donation money into hosting of large ghost projects. Again, absolutely agree here. I wish they opened with this. If they had opened with the expense on our service for hosting these apps is too great, here is the percentage of our CI that we estimate went to people building projects with no users with vibe code. Awesome. I'm in favor of that. We can restrict those users from the free CI. We could flag in the people we like for CI or even do the ban. I'm okay with that. But just do it with this. If the goal is to actively protect Codeberg and its users, there's a conversation to be had. But notice how far down the article we are before we're talking about actual things that actually cost Codeberg at all. Everything else here is political drivel. It's useless. It's nonsense. It's them caring too much about things they clearly do not understand. This is a real problem. If this is costing the money of hosting these projects, is making it so others who don't use AI can't, cool, I get it. Awesome. I'll donate more money for this. And if you want to block these things on paying users or confirmed users, cool with all that too. If that was the conversation, we can have the conversation, but you're not having a conversation, Codeberg team. You are telling me why I'm wrong when you don't understand me. They then complain about hardware prices. Yeah, it sucks that computers are more expensive. It'd be awesome if there were technologies that we could use to increase the likelihood that there are open alternatives to these expensive things so that we could use those. It'd really be a shame if, since we can't use the computers that are high-end because the LLMs made them cost too much, that we can't use the LLMs to make cheaper computers better or to design our own alternatives. We're drawing a hard line here between the people who can use these tools and the people who can't. And what you are doing by doing this is massively increasing the gap between the quality of free and open source software and software that isn't shooting itself in the foot for excruciatingly stupid political reasons. I want free and open source software to win. You guys want free and open source software to feel good. That's the difference. I want open source to be as successful as possible and to bring as many I want open source software to be as incredible as possible, as high quality as possible, and to enable more people access to more awesome shit. What this article does and what this policy change does is the opposite of that. It is restricting open source software from being able to get as good. They call it a growing digital divide, and they decide they want to put a brick wall between the two sides. Fucking great. They complain about the environment, consuming costs of both electricity and drinking water. They're not going to really bring up the fucking water thing, are they? I've been putting off doing that video for a year because it's not a real fucking thing. There are certain towns that have really bad water access where if a data center opens, they will have slightly worse water access for a few days when they fill the data center with water, but it's a closed fucking loop. They get the water once. This has happened 2, maybe 3 times in history. And I agree, we should have a conversation about the 1 or 2 towns that were affected with slightly restricted access to water. But you realize that data centers use about 1,000th the amount of water that corn farming does in the US, right? And that data centers use less electricity than, and that data centers use less than 1% of residential electricity. It's basically nothing. Hank Green's also covered this if you want to check out his stuff. It was actually very solid. There is a real problem with energy usage here. I absolutely agree. Here's a fun way to measure that problem. This is the difference in energy generation in China versus the US. Electricity generation has not meaningfully increased in the US for quite a long time now. In fact, if I can find the chart I normally go to, this one, yep. US electricity generation has barely moved since '99. China energy capacity has massively increased in that same time. We need more electricity generation. We need it bad. And if we're doing it with fucking gas and coal, that is horrible for the environment and we'll use more water, and that is bad, which is why we need to do something better, at the very least nuclear, but ideally more solar farms, more wind farms, more generation methods that aren't horrible for the environment and aren't wasteful. If you really care about water, I hope that you're advocating against corn subsidies. If you really care about electricity usage, I hope that you're advocating very actively for green energy. And I'll take a stance on this. Right now is one of the most important times in history to be advocating for green energy. Solar and nuclear are great. Solar has its issues because it's only available during the day and energy storage is expensive. I could go off for a long time about energy stuff right now. That is a really good and important conversation for us to have, not AI bad cause water. You're doing a disservice to issues I and others care about here, because I agree we need to do more for electricity, but we're not. Let's fix that. Let's advocate for that. Let's align and work together to get more green energy in our country. Do you know what's really funny? It's been measured now. Data centers tend to lower electricity rates for the places around them. And when you compare data center energy usage to things like golf courses, lawns, and crop irrigation, it's a rounding error. It's nothing. You're performatively mad at this. You either haven't looked at the numbers or you have and you don't care because you just want to be a dumbass. It's insane. It's insulting. I am annoyed. I'll be really transparent here. One of the things that triggers me the most is when people hate on a thing I hate in such an absolutely incompetent way that it degrades the quality of the conversation I can have. Like when people hate on Anthropic for things that don't matter or that they didn't do, it pisses me off because I hate Anthropic and I want to tear them down for the actual shit they fuck up. When people hate on Apple because they don't understand battery gain, that was Apple trying to preserve your phone over time, it pisses me off because I can't have as good of conversations about Apple anymore. I hate when people do this. There's a really important conversation to have about energy generation, and it is being taken from us by these dumbasses who are scared and it's being taken from us by these dumbasses who are allergic to looking at numbers, and it pisses me off. On the topic of water, hydration's a good idea. Also, they're complaining about Frankfurt, Germany, which is particularly funny to me because Germany is well known for one particular thing in the energy world. Fuck you, Statica. Do you know what this chart is showing? Ignore the words, just think. This chart is showing nuclear energy in Germany over time. They banned it. They went from over 20% of their energy being nuclear to less than 5%. If you're wondering why energy problems are happening in Germany, it's because they took down 15% of their grid. And in order to make up for the difference, they had to open up more mines and burn more coal. Actually insane. And they've been bragging about this constantly. They are now at 0%, by the way, if you were curious. Crazy how nuclear energy doesn't appear anywhere in this document. It's almost like the thing you care about isn't the energy usage, it's your performative bullshit. And now they say collaboration's at danger. It's not purely the digital and civic infrastructure that are impacted by the use of LLMs. The free and Libre software ecosystem, of which we consider Codeberg an important part, is a social phenomenon centered on collaboration. Working in this way is only possible thanks to free sharing and mutual learning. This includes even very small tools that are shared and reused around which collaboration can start. In contrast, by adopting LLMs, retake. In contrast, by adopting LLMs, people tend to code single-use software from scratch. While this leads to an increase in shared code, it's mostly code that not only has not been written by anyone, but it's also not maintained by anyone. Do you know how many free and open source alternatives to things I have built with the help of LLMs in the past few months alone? Here's one, Lawn Video. I did not like Adobe buying Frame.io, and I did not like where it was going. And as a result, I made Lawn Video, which is a free and open source alternative to Frame that is cheaper, self-hostable, easy to do whatever you want to. And if you really hate the labs, I got a gift for you, T3.codes. It's a free and open source alternative to using tools that are closed source, like the Codex desktop app, the Claude Code desktop app, or those types of things. And it also supports OpenCode, which is a fully open source harness and layer that you could use with open weight models, having a full end-to-end open stack for your AI usage. And I used admittedly Frontier Labs to build some of this. And I think that's awesome. But apparently, we're just going to make single use software, and that's going to hurt the open source community, even though I alone have made multiple successful open source projects thanks to AI. Looks like we might have another point I will kind of agree with, which is losing trust in each other. I have said for a while now, trust is a really, really valuable thing to build. It's one of the most valuable things you can have, especially now. And AI is hurting trust overall. That is bad. That is scary. Let's see what they have to say about this. Hopefully, we don't hate each other. The widespread use of LLMs in The widespread use of LLMs in open source software is instead becoming a multidimensional attack on the trust between contributors and the very idea of convivial collaboration itself. Maintainers are under an increased workload due to people submitting, often well meaning, low effort LLM generated contributions that require substantial amounts of time to review. Yes, I agree. This is bad. And I will even throw some mud at the labs here. Our friends at Anthropic and OpenAI should have done way more about this early. They should have built more tools, technologies, and solutions to help open source maintainers deal with this and to jump in front of these things as well. Okay, you've been complaining a lot. Hero, drop me a link about power in Germany. If you're saying I'm wrong, I need sources. At the same time, it's becoming increasingly less clear which projects are maintained by experienced devs and which ones are LLM generated without any meaningful human oversight and input. Oh, are you saying that it's hard to distinguish between human maintained and LLM maintained projects? Is that because the quality is hard to distinguish between? Huh. You do know that there has been a recent surge of open source projects where the maintainers got burnt out, handed it to somebody else, and then the human used that to exploit things, right? Just saying, in case you didn't hear about that. If LLMs can be used to make maintainers' lives easier so they're less likely to have to hand off the project, I think that's a good thing. Great summary from chat here. Thank you, ABCD. I want to hate it, but I can't tell what to hate. Yeah. In the case of copyleft projects, LLMs additionally will lead to license laundering, where copyleft code is stripped of its reciprocatory requirements by generating it out of the training data. If you have proof that there is licensed code that is in the training data that should not be, and the model can regurgitate it without internet access, you have a really compelling lawsuit, and I genuinely encourage you to make that. We observe an increasing trend of mistrusting each other, up to the point where people who put in actual effort to analyze issues and share their suggestions are being accused of having used LLMs when they did not. Oh, are you saying that effective people and LLMs look a lot alike? Are you saying that maybe being accused of using LLMs feels bad and people don't like that? Are you saying that you guys are encouraging this type of thinking and work so heavily that people are being assholes as a result? Weird. Crazy. At the same time, others are instructing their LLMs to hide their traces and actively avoid common patterns, prompting others in reviewing contributions and communications more carefully for signs of machine generation. Oh, are you saying that these people, for some reason, wants to hide the fact that LLMs helped with their code? I wonder what that reason might be. I wonder if it has anything to do with everything else you fuckers have said in this article. Let me see. You know what I'll do here? A thing that everyone is going to hate. Okay, you're citing 2025 to 2026. I don't fucking care. What I was talking about was the 2011 ban. Do you genuinely believe the ban in 2011 did not result in more non-renewable energy being used? They're also not showing fossil fuel usage in Germany here. It's only just 2019 to 2023. Look at that. Here's a year where they bumped up coal usage. Look at that. They did it again. That's 2 years in a row where coal usage bumped massively. Crazy. I wonder if nuclear going down had anything to do with that. Let's see what the official numbers I get out of this are. You're going to be wrong on this, and I hope that you're okay with being embarrassed because you are just wrong. Anyways. Entering a vicious cycle. Together, these forces make collaboration not only harder but less rewarding. With the transaction cost of collaborating increasing, people are becoming less likely to contribute to creating high-quality software projects and more likely to vibe code a one-off software that is specific to your needs and won't evolve beyond. I disagree. I think that the cost of collaboration going up is indeed bad, but you're framing it incorrectly here. We get a vicious cycle where collaboration is becoming less and less rewarding, while the amount of single-use software that's unmaintained never sees any improvements going up. I already read that. Yeah, you get the idea. Although often well-intentioned, sharing the result of a prompt and calling it Libre software does not make the world a better place. Codeberg is not and does not want to be a place to dump such generated single-use software that no one else will ever look at. We are a place for people to collaborate and improve software together. Within this context, the recent votes could be understood as a reconfirmation of those principles. I hate this. We acknowledge that many devs have started to embrace LLMs as a tool in their workflows. Some use it extensively and rarely code by hand. Others delegate only specific tasks to it. We understand that you want to know how the change affects your projects going forward. While we can't give an easy answer, we'll share some remarks that should be... While we can't give an easy answer, we'll share some remarks that should address most of the concerns raised in the discussion. If your work fits in these cases, it's unlikely you're affected at all. Projects that have an active community that cares about and maintains the software, projects with a significant pre-LLM history, and maintainers who unknowingly or willingly accept LLM-generated contributions from other contributors if your project otherwise does not involve the heavy use of LLMs. We will also not spend significant amounts of time and resources to automatically scan content on Codeberg. So while the following use cases are discouraged, they are likely to be tolerated in practice. Things like side projects and experiments with little resource usage and specific tools and custom scripts that would be unlikely to find a community anyway, even if they were not LLM generated. However, we also need to be honest about certain use cases that may no longer be welcome on Codeberg. You see yourself on the list, you don't need to move right away, but there may be other places that better fit your needs. They list alternatives to Codeberg. These are some of the other Forge Joe instances they recommend. Disroot, self-hosting, a list of other things, and then Source Hut, which is an alternative entirely. Cool. Great. Thanks. Really helpful. So the things they are banning are projects that are created by LLM agents in autonomous ways, projects written and maintained with heavy use of LLMs, projects where the amount of resources is significantly larger than what the involved amount of people could have created by hand. This absolutely ban. I'm totally cool with that. The rest is garbage. Projects heavily tied to the LLM ecosystem, like LLM written tools to ease LLM usage. So T3 code will never be on Codeberg. Great. And users sending LLM contributions in violation of projects' custom policies. Disgusting. And disgusting. I hate this. This is so pathetic. I honestly expected better. Every interaction I had with the Codeberg guys and everything I thought they stood for was genuinely solid. I did not expect this. I would never have donated if I knew they were going to take a hard political stance against the things that are pushing software development forward right now. This is something else. I am disappointed. I thought I'd have more to say. I thought there would be more nuance here. I really thought they'd have an argument that was better than the internet was giving it credit. It was somehow worse. I cannot fathom this. There's a really bad horseshoe theory here around the openness of software, where in the middle, software is open, but as you get more and more private, you get less and less control. And as you get more and more public and free, you end up wrapping around and ending up in the same place. It's kind of crazy that I am more restricted on what I can publish on Codeberg than I am in what I can publish on the Apple App Store. This is not free software. This is freely available software. You can download it and use it how you please. But Codeberg is not a free software company because they are not honoring the ethos of free software. This type of policing exists outside of any technical or free reasoning. And their attempts to justify this here have a little bit of actual problems that I wish we could have discussed in a more responsible way, just littered with bullshit and hate. It's so dumb, and it does a bad service to the people who have genuine arguments against LLMs. And I cannot believe they would, like some of these people are having their salaries paid by me with a donation that I made from money I got from sponsors that probably had AI on them. I'm going to quote Linus to end this one. AI can be a somewhat painful tool, both for maintainer workloads and just from a it keeps finding embarrassing bugs standpoint. But the solution is not to put your head in the sand and sing, la la la, I can't hear you, at the top of your voice like some people seem to do. The solution is to make sure those LLM tools help maintainers instead of just causing them pain. There's no question on that side. This is so well put, and I knew Linus was based as hell for sending this to the email list, but to have it countered with something this absurd in such a short window really shows how lucky we are to have Linus and Linux. That whole ecosystem could have went a very different way. And I suddenly now understand way deeper why so few serious people have made the move to Codeberg. I was genuinely excited to be one of those first, to be one of the people to make the move and advocate for it and get more and more people away from greedy corporations that aren't acting in their users' interests, like Microsoft with GitHub, and towards a group that I thought cared about their users, like Codeberg. But it seems more like Codeberg cares about making political statements than they care about their users, because they want to restrict their users' ability to advance software with modern tools. I'm excited for you guys to ban I'm excited for them to ban Mac users next because it's only... I'm excited for them to ban Mac users next in order to be more consistent with their rules, because using a Mac is just as damaging as everything they listed here. I think I've said all I have to on this one. I'm genuinely disappointed. I don't know what I recommend now. I guess just host Forge Joe yourself or something. I don't care. Maybe vibe code an alternative. I can't be that hard. I'm tired. Goodbye. Also, one quick addition for you, FaZe, when I'm talking about the power thing. You can sneak this in. I see a lot of people making dumb... I see a handful of Europeans making really dumb comments about the energy usage in Germany. I want to be very clear about this. Their recent push to do more green energy is great and noble, and I love that they did it. But when they phased out nuclear, more coal generation and cross-border electricity trade, which was, spoiler, mostly oil from Russia, had to be used than otherwise would have been necessary. Germany became much more dependent on Russia's energy generation, which was a massive hit to their sovereignty and also to the goals that we hopefully share here, which is greener energy generation from less fucked up places. They have since spent a lot of money and time to add more energy. They have since spent a lot of energy, time, and money to try and get more green energy generation, but they've also had to lower the energy generation across the fucking country. And yes, I used ChatGPT to answer this. I wanted to make a fucking point by burning more energy. All of this information is public. If you want it, it is cited here. I'm sure you can find it if you prompt the same thing. And you can see very clearly here, there was a big bump in coal usage after these changes occurred. And their total domestic generation has plummeted from 633 terawatt hours down to 509 in that time. And also of note, they're now a net importer. They have to import energy because they're not generating enough for their own goddamn country. So sure, cool. You did it. You got rid of nuclear. I hope you're proud. Cool. I've said all I have to on this one. I'm pissed and Germans are stupid. Oh, and they're getting their energy from France now, where the majority of the energy comes from nuclear. Beautiful. Cool. What time is it? It's almost 7. Let's gun some more videos out. Too many links. Let's do it clear. Let me thank subs I missed while I was filming. We got Skylove Day Art. Thank you for the Prime. We got SARS.MD with the Prime. Thank you as well. API Token with a Prime. Johnny and our 5 with a Prime for 11 months. I can hide my sidebar now. PewDieBird with the Prime for 6. Ox Gingy with the community gift. Thank you for that. And BK Lynn with an 11-month Prime. Monjay's coming in the past. Sorry if somebody asked. Question, can I make T3 Connect allow you to just use your own Cloudflare API accounts? Not trivially, no. And not if we want to make the setup as simple as possible. If you want to manually expose your Cloudflare API or your tunnel, you can. It absolutely works with that. But yeah, that's your problem. If you want to set up a Cloudflare tunnel yourself, set up the tunnel. Go ahead. But the reason we have T3 Connect isn't to take a thing that is 10 minutes of work and make it 5 minutes of work. To take a thing that's an hour of work and external services and make it one command. The in-between is not really our place to solve. That's your place to solve. Nothing we're doing is restricting you from doing that. But our named, branded, one-off service called T3 Connect is not going to be built to be a half-baked solution. It's going to be an end-to-end solution because that is the point of it existing. If you know enough to set this all up yourself and bring your own API access, then you know enough to just set up a Cloudflare tunnel. Just set up a Cloudflare tunnel. Well, nothing too critical. When is the next Nerd Snipe? We'll probably film tomorrow and then get it out ASAP. There wasn't enough news to film it yesterday, and Ben and I were both still catching up on sleep after a very long weekend. Do I have enough to add to the hugging face thing? The government distillation thing I wanted to cover, but again, just didn't have enough to say. I feel like this would be a good short, but I can't really make a video about this one. Well, I have my public schedule for Vegas for DEF CON. My schedule is on the 5th, I show up, I go to my hotel room, and then I stay there and do Gold Bug until I have to get food. And I'll go out for food like 3 or 4 times during my week there. And then leave after Gold Bug is done. I did a community. Oh, yeah, I had like a real brief, like, come hang thing. I don't know if I have a talk this year. I didn't even ask for it last year. I was asked by my team to go on a panel they were already doing. I have no idea if they want me to speak or anything there this year. It'd be cool if they do, but also I need all hands on deck for doing Gold Bug. C3 Chat Mobile is making a lot of progress. Can't wait to share more about that in the near future. What's the OpenAI C-level post, Igor? Do you have a link to that? Why do you have so many issues with Cloudflare tunnels? The point is that we don't want a centralized server. I don't want you to have to send everything to our servers because the way T3 code works is you have a WebSocket server you host and you have a client you use, and those connect. Cloudflare tunnels are the simplest way to expose that over the internet. I don't think Cloudflare tunnels are the end-all be-all solution, but you're not making a point. Really cool and nice username. Why not WebRTC? Are you trolling me, sir? I just use carrier pigeons. Dial-up would be a great idea too. Do I have to do The Labs Are Scared of Kimmy K3? I do. Cool. I can work with this. This I'm gonna save for a different vid. I think he's legit, but no reason to think he isn't. Oh boy. Nice. I can work with all this. Thank you guys. I grabbed that. Cool. Let's do it. Kimmy is scaring the labs. Cool. By now, you probably know that Kimmy K3 is a really, really good model. You can tell from things like benchmarks. There, retake on that. By now, you probably know that Kimmy K3 is a really, really good model. You can tell from the benchmarks. Like, how many times has Anthropic extended the availability of Fable 5 in your subscriptions? How many OpenAI executives have crashed out about it on Twitter? Or, my personal favorite, how many government... read on that. Or my personal favorite, how many assistants to the US president have also crashed out and made accusations towards K3? Yeah, this model just got some real good numbers, beating out even things like DeepSeek R1 back in the day. I can't remember the last time a model caused this much chaos in the ecosystem, even more so than things like the original Mythos announcement. The real benchmarks show that Kimmy K3 is more than competitive. It's actually better than the frontier models at certain things. But importantly, it has caught up to the point where the labs are scared. There is real reasons to be scared here, like the potential impact of security on the ecosystem with something like this. But retake on that. There are valid concerns here. Things like the impact on the... There are some real concerns to be discussed here, like what happens when an open weight model can pwn most software and you don't have anything restricting that. But there's also some absolute nonsense, like these inane comments about distillation that are obviously not the case. I'm also going to get a little conspiratorial with this one, in particular around Anthropic's continual delay of Opus 5, as well as the delayed of removing Fable from the plans. Because I have a feeling I know what's up. I can already tell I'm going to be accused of... I already know I'm going to end up accused of being in a... I can already tell I'm going to be accused of being a paid shill for China, but I just need you guys to know I'm not paid by China or by any of the labs. In fact, the only people paying me today are our sponsor. Cool. One more thing to include with the government crash out, if you can fit this in phase. It's looking more and more like they're going to try and ban these open weight models from China, which is insane for a bunch of reasons that we will be talking about. Cool. You have that there. We got a lot to go over here, from my conspiracies around Anthropic's delays and Opus 5, wherever it is or isn't, to Kimmy K3 dropping officially as an open weight model in very, very soon. It might even be out by the time you're seeing this video. To the absolute absurd crash outs from both the government and from employees at OpenAI, who normally isn't too cringe about this. So, yeah. Let's start with today's big news. The director, Michael Kratsios, and his thoughts on what's going on. I also saw some links I wanted to grab here. That's Amazon layout, so that does not affect things here. Oh. I'm actually going to start with this comment from Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, who was involved in the banning of Fable originally. We support open source AI and the innovation it unlocks, but open source is not open season on American IP. When the People's Republic of China firms conduct covert industrial scale distillation attacks that cross the line into IP theft, sanctions and entity-less designations will be on the table. He is saying that they're going to sanction the Chinese labs and their models if they can prove that this distillation happened. Totally unrelated, there happened to be a case that just ended 2 days ago where a U.S. judge approved Anthropic's $1.5 billion settlement of copyright lawsuit because they used copywritten materials in the training of Claude. Just saying. Totally not related here. Obviously different things. Taking from copyright holders and reselling what they made, that's illegal. But taking from those people who did that and paying for their services and then providing a free alternative with what you learn, that's definitely illegal because that doesn't boost our economy fast enough. Fucking hell. Now we get to the director, Michael Kratsios' comment. We have information that Moonshot AI distilled Anthropic's fable for the development of its K3 model. To do this, they developed a sophisticated internal platform to conduct large-scale distillation against US models, allowing them to quickly switch between multiple methods of access to avoid detection. Moonshot AI has also acquired GB300 equipped servers and has accessed GB300s in Thailand, likely to train its AI models. If you're not aware of this fact, there are hard sanctions against China having access to the top tier GPUs that are used for model training and hosting. It's gotten so bad there that there's a whole culture of buying lower end GPUs and modding them to have more VRAM just to do basic local model stuff. Because high end GPUs, even like high end consumer stuff, is restricted. Anything enterprise is pretty hard banned, and there's been a long back and forth between the US and NVIDIA about what will and won't be allowed in China, and the GB line is not allowed at all. Their new top-of-the-line GPUs, not allowed in China right now. Allegedly, no evidence, by the way, they're just saying sophisticated intel to get information, not evidence, just information, suggests that Moonshot AI somehow acquired these GPUs. And you know what? It's not unlikely to be the case. There's a lot of attempts to get through these sanctions and to get these GPUs in China. But there's also been a significant investment in getting Chinese infrastructure, Chinese chip designs and fabs and all of these other things. And the lab that just raised over $2 billion, Moonshot, the creators of Kimi, are about to build a giant data center that has entirely Chinese chips. So maybe they used NVIDIA at some point. They're not going to stick with it. So we're losing a customer of American businesses, and we're losing a customer of American businesses. We're losing a good open source alternative that is a very competitive driver in the market because of alleged theft from an alleged thief. Not alleged thief. That one was actually settled in the courts. We know one party has stolen and has to pay fees for it. We're alleging another stole from said thief, and they're going to be banned for it. Yeah, make it make sense. The United States allegedly strongly supports the free and fair development of AI, including a thriving competitive ecosystem that spans frontier models, specialized systems, open weight frameworks. Read on that. The United States allegedly strongly supports the free and fair development of AI, including a thriving competitive ecosystem that spans frontier models, specialized systems, open source frameworks, and open weight models. Legitimate AI distillation used to create smaller, more efficient models plays a vital role in this open innovation ecosystem. However, large-scale covert industrial distillation aimed at stealing proprietary U.S. technology and undermining American research is unacceptable. So what does he mean by this part? Well, first and foremost, let's do a really, really quick overview of distillation. Let's imagine you're on a team of 2 people. You have a very experienced senior developer, drawn incredibly artistically by myself. See, very obviously a senior developer here. The senior developer has one coworker who is a junior developer, indicated clearly as such. The senior developer is expensive. They cost a lot of money. They know a lot of things. They're very good at their job. The junior developer is capable, but less experienced. They don't know as much. They haven't been around as much. They are cheaper and easier to work with to an extent as a result because they have more time. They don't know as much. They don't cost as much. So it's easier to justify using the younger, less experienced developer for a lot of work. Imagine that there are some tasks that the junior dev just isn't good enough for. So they try and they fail, and then the same task is handed off to the senior developer. They try and they succeed. The junior dev looks and says, I see. And they don't actually understand what made the senior developer's work better. All they know is this thing bad, that thing good. So they start to copy exactly what the senior developer did, even in places where it doesn't necessarily make sense. But you could imagine that over time, the more they see their answer that is wrong, and they see the senior dev's answer that is right, they can slowly build a model in their head of what right and wrong is and start getting better at doing the thing. And the more opportunities they have for that, the more things they get wrong and then see a correct solution for, the better they will get. That's effectively what distillation is. It's when you take a smarter model, you ask it hard questions that the dumber model can't answer, and then you feed those answers to the dumber model to make it behave more like the smarter model. And this is already a thing we do as humans. When you join a team with really experienced developers, you don't know as much. You might have a few things you're better at than them, which is actually a really useful thing, but you don't know everything that they do. And if they have more experience and more time, they can show you things that you don't understand yet, and slowly you'll be able to act more and more like them. This is an official technique that is used by the major labs for training. When Anthropic makes a really good model, like Mythos, Fable, whatever you want to call it, they are the same model, by the way. Stop getting confused with that. When a lab makes a model like Mythos, and they want the awesome new behaviors and capabilities to be available for cheaper, they don't go to Mythos and start lobbing chunks off. No one's going to the senior developer and saying, you cost too much money. Let's just chop your arm off. No one's ever going to make the senior dev cheaper. That's not going to happen. Okay, maybe AI will, but that's an aside. What you do is you take the things that make the senior developer so valuable and you try to get the cheaper model to embody some of those behaviors. This is why Sonnet 5, despite being really small, somewhat cheap, and really fucking stupid, is capable of doing some of the orchestration tasks that used to just be Mythos. At orchestration, Sonnet is better than the current top-tier Opus model because Opus 4.8 was trained before they had all of this data and a model that was capable this way. Sonnet was retrained using the data that they got from Mythos to make it act more that way. It didn't get as much of the knowledge as I was hoping it would, but it got a lot of the behavior, which is actually a very good thing. But if you're just taking all of these histories and all of these things that the big expensive model did and throwing them at the cheaper one until it gets better, there's nothing preventing others from doing the same. For example, a company like Cursor. God, it's hard to believe this is just 2 months ago. In May of this year, Cursor put out Composer 2.5, which was a new model that was meaningfully better than their previous Composer 2, that was surprisingly good at real-world dev tasks. Compared to other models at the time, it was neck and neck with Opus 4.7 and meaningfully behind 5.5, but not that far behind. It was also ahead of 5.5 in some benches like SW Bench Multilingual. It was a pretty damn good model, especially for the price. And the way they did this, spoiler, was retraining Kimi using their own pipelines and, importantly, their own code data. They improved Composer by scaling training, generating more complex RL environments, and introducing new learning methods. Yes, again, they found ways using their data, their GPUs, their teams to take this existing model and beat enough code info into it that it could become way smarter. And the craziest thing here is the compute cost. Since they based the model on Kimi K2.5, which was based on Kimi K2, they got estimates for how much compute it took to do both of those and then compared that to their additional compute they used for this RL and training that they did on top of it. And they ended up doing significantly more overall. Of all the compute that went into Composer, 15% of it was from Moonshot training Kimi. And the other 85% was them doing post-training on it after. They also call out that they're currently working on a new model with SpaceX AI, which Cursor is now part of, that's going to use 10 times more total compute to train, but it's going to be a from-scratch model, not based on Kimi going forward. Although if they were basing it on K3, they could have done some pretty crazy shit. The point that I'm trying to make with bringing this up is that using code data and the point I'm trying to make bringing this up is that using code data and high-end RL pipelines lets you make a model perform significantly better at specific tasks like coding. A lot of their work wasn't just using the existing data, though. It was creating environments where they could give better feedback to the model as it learned to behave more like these high-end expensive models. And there are some cool training techniques in here that they documented, by the way. I read this when the model came out. It's really good. Check out that video if you're curious about the details. Just cool stuff overall. What I'm trying to make here is that Cursor didn't have a model that was way smarter like Anthropic does. But they were, at a time, over 60% of Anthropic's total revenue because they were doing so much inference on Anthropic. It's less now, but it's still a lot. They have so much Fable usage going through Cursor that they can use as a reference. It's a pretty good advantage of being an American company, right? You can use the American models and you can get all this awesome data and then use it to RL a model like Kimi to be useful and cheaper for your use case. Obviously, a business doing, I hope we can all agree that a business doing distillation from their own smart thing to a dumber thing is acceptable and totally within what we would expect. It's a little more on the line that a company would pay a company like Anthropic for their services, that Cursor would pay Anthropic to use their model to do things, and then use what they got out of that to distill a new model that is similarly capable for cheaper. That is more questionable, but I would argue totally fair and reasonable. They are paying for the outputs, and then they're using the outputs. But now we get the question of these Chinese companies. Because if you didn't know this, China is not allowed to use Fable. They're not allowed to use the highest end models from Anthropic. And there have been a ton of attempts genuine attempts to circumvent this. I know people who don't actually use Claude Code through the official subscription. They are paying some sketchy service that is using an API inside of Claude Code that they're paying way less money for, that is still using the Fable models that they are aggregating some other sketchy way so they can monitor all the inputs and outputs and use those for training. It is missing a lot of the data they need. Like, it doesn't have reasoning traces because Anthropic doesn't serve those. Cursor didn't have them either, and they were able to work around that, so it's workable, but a lot of the things the model does that are in the reasoning trace just cannot be distilled. You are just distilling from the outputs. Similar to a developer here, if you have the senior dev who solved a hard problem and all you can see is the code, it's a little harder to learn how it wrote the code. But if that developer tells you how they were thinking and all the things they did to write the code, it's a lot easier to learn from them. I would argue, and I hope you guys can largely agree with me, that reading and consuming information in order to better your intelligence is totally fair and reasonable and, if anything, based. That if I pay for a book and I learn things from the book and then I get a job because of knowledge I gained from the book, that's fair. If I paid an employee, to go a step further, if I paid an employee to work on something for me, and from the work they did, I learned how they worked and I got better at doing the work myself, and I then used that knowledge to go get a job, totally fair, based, acceptable. If I paid a company to do something for me and I learned from it, and then I kick out the company and do it myself from what I learned, also fair, based, acceptable. But now we're into interesting territory here. Now we're talking about knowledge that was not supposed to be accessible by the Chinese labs, used to make the model smarter. And there have been large-scale distillation attacks like this. I think attack is a weird word to use for this, but colloquially and like in this circumstance, it kind of makes sense. DeepSeek appears to have engaged in, or be engaging in, a large-scale operation to collect outputs from proprietary models, including Fable 5, for certain requests via their API as part of a distillation effort. After seeing such claims circulating earlier today, we conducted an investigation into them on our Discord. We found that when DeepSeek v4 was used with OpenCode via their official API for complex prompts like a 3D game, and combined with a knowledge-related query, the model provides virtually identical outputs to Fable 5. COT structures also very different from what is typically expected from a DeepSeek model. Both of these behaviors revert to what is expected for v4 when simpler prompts were used. When DeepSeek v4 was asked to incorporate answers to questions in relations to cyber or biotests that we verified hit Fable's classifiers into its 3D games, outputs suddenly tanked in quality. This is very difficult to explain unless the request was routed to Fable and then fell back after hitting a classifier. For complex code prompts without anything else mixed in, like 3D games, outputs are remarkably similar to those produced from Fable 5. We're able to produce these results in they're able to reproduce this most consistently with open code and the official DeepSeek API combined with a prompt that specifies complex code tasks. DeepSeek has continued to modify their routing system since, and we've observed changes in behavior and chain of thought styles compared to those seen previously. Yeah. The labs, again, are trying to do the thing I showed earlier, which is if you ask the junior dev for a thing and they suck, you forward it to the fancy thing, the smarter, more expensive thing, and then collect those results so you can train the cheap, dumb person to eventually do it in the future. So to summarize, distillation is a way to take behaviors and capabilities of more capable things and distill them into a cheaper, less capable thing. It is used genuinely, consistently by all of the labs in order to take their best models and get better performance out of the cheaper ones. And there is genuine attempts to get more data from Fable 5 by these labs in order to use to train the models better. Mind you, the labs that stole a bunch of books and had to pay over $1 billion in settlements around doing that as well, but you get the point. Even if they are distilling, it could be argued how much it matters. And it's an interesting conversation to have, but a lot of people are skipping steps, like our friends in the government. Thankfully, after Michael Kratsios wrote this questionable post, he got flamed in the replies. I don't remember letting Anthropic scrape my GitHub profile as well as all of my online writing. Stop this, bro. Embarrassing. Anthropic stole the internet to train their models. They had this coming, assuming it's true, which doesn't seem likely since you're providing no evidence and the timelines don't add up. Oh yeah, the timelines. Yeah, Fable went public on July 1st and K3 launched on July 15th. We trained a brand new frontier model in just 15 days. Guinness World Record stuff. Man, it would really be a shame if a bunch of legitimate Fable 5 usage was to just be made public so people could train on it. Like, I don't know, a gigantic data set with over 2 million traces from Fable that's currently available publicly on Hugging Face, entirely deduped. That would be really unfortunate. Man, I bet Anthropic is working really hard to get Hugging Face shut down for hosting something that's going to destroy society. MIT license, by the way. I want to read what Dean from OpenAI said too, because I'm dunking too hard on Anthropic, and for once, it's not just them being stupid. Some observations on Kimi. First, it's a very good model. I don't think its performance can be explained away by distillation or anything like that. Based. Thank you, Dean. In agentic coding sessions, it seems pretty much on par with the best public models of Q1 2026. Also agree. It is comparable to something like GPT 5.5. In my fairly limited use, it also seemed very token hungry. I disagree here. It is much less token hungry than a lot of frontier stuff, especially on the Anthropic side. K3 in Grok 4.5 are both surprisingly token efficient when compared to other models at that capability that aren't by OpenAI. OpenAI is uniquely efficient, as I covered in my previous video about how OpenAI models are so efficient, and I have a lot of respect for OpenAI for doing that work, but Kimi K3 is much better here than others give it credit for. Oops. To be extraordinarily clear here, because people were being stupid about it online, Kimi K3 isn't actually cheaper than GPT 5.6 for a lot of real-world work because Kimi K3 isn't as token efficient. It doesn't matter that tokens are half the price if you do twice as many of them. 2x the token usage of an OpenAI model still puts you very low in the chart, to be clear, but it's still a lot more tokens, so it still comes out to a similar cost on a given task. Oh, apparently Kimi K3 does do Grug speak like OpenAI does. We need answer. User asks, which model are you? System identity says Kimi K3. AI agent developed by Moonshot. Need final concise. Oh shit. Need final concise is a specific reasoning trace that I have seen leaked out of OpenAI models. That is really funny, actually. Okay, so it looks like they are starting to copy some of those things, which is why it's as efficient as it is, but it's still not as efficient as OpenAI. And for a lot of real world work, Kimi K3 ends up more expensive, but since it uses 2 times as many tokens and it's half the speed, tasks take 4 times longer on the official APIs right now. That might improve. I actually have a running bet with the founder and CEO of Hugging Face that I don't think it'll be better than like more than 20% cost improvement over the next few months. He disagrees. We'll see where it goes. But I don't think this model is the best price to performance when compared to something from OpenAI. It's still really good. It's an unbelievable model. In fact, this is a thing you can download and run yourself that is this powerful, is unfathomably cool and based. But the reason to use it is to get around restrictions from the Frontier Labs or its handful of unique capabilities, especially once you can officially download it from Hugging Face. But at this point in time, cost efficiency when compared to 5.6 is not a great reason to use this model. So far with Dean, I fully agree. This first paragraph is good. It's not obvious that this model is actually that cheap to run. It requires 64 accelerators of really high tiers. Yeah. Put this back when I was talking about why to use Kimi. Quick quote from Guillermo, the CEO of Vercel. Based on their internal evals using Kimi K3 for their private internal security benchmarks, K3 is top tier at cybersecurity. People were worried that Moonshot was benchmark maxing and overfit to benches, but these evals that they're doing internally at OpenAI showed otherwise, that the model is actually capable. GPT-5.6 Sol is still ahead in cyber capabilities. It's way more expensive, though. Fable refused everything they tried. So if you want a top-tier cybersecurity model that won't block you, that is meaningfully cheaper for this particular use case, Kimi K3 is great. Security questions for OpenAI models are more expensive because they re-verify with many layers that you get charged for, so it's not as cheap as it might be otherwise. Yeah. Kimi K3 is good for security stuff. It's good for getting out of that shit. Did I say OpenAI, not Vercel? You get the idea. Guillermo is founder of Vercel. This is great. I will include the Jane tweet later. Okay, back to what Dean was saying. As I mentioned before, I agree with everything he said so far. Let's go to the next part. I am personally surprised that the Chinese state continues to allow the open sourcing of models this good, given the potential risks. To be clear, I myself might be fine with models presenting this level of marginal risk being open weight, but I'm surprised that China's fine with it. What he is saying here is that a model with no restrictions that is this capable is potentially able to hack shit, to cause problems for people who have enough money, enough GPUs, without any additional restrictions. That is a real concern. And I hope everybody running important infrastructure has already gotten into Project Glasswing or the OpenAI cybersecurity thing so they can harden their stuff before Kimi K3 drops open weight. And this model is capable of finding novel exploits. It found a 0 day in the latest Redis server in 27 minutes with 32 subagents. That's scary. And when Hugging Face was getting hacked earlier, funny enough, by a new unreleased OpenAI model, they had to run their forensics to figure out what was going on with GLM 5.2 on their own infra, because none of the attempts to prompt the major models from the major labs would result in anything because they would get blocked for asking about security stuff. So again, the open weight models, very useful for security things, both as a defender and as an attacker. So why is China okay with this? According to Dean, he suspects that the reasons they're 75% explained by strategic blindness or a lack of AGI pilledness. The CCP is very Jan LeCun in its views of AI. The other 25% or so is the lack of compute for consumer. The other 25% or so is their lack of compute for customer inference. Again, there are a lot of bans to GPUs in China, which makes it harder for them to host the models on Chinese infrastructure. So if they want these models to be used, they need to put them out in a way where you can use them on infrastructure or other places. I also think that Dean's underestimating the lack of willingness from Americans and American businesses to send all their data to China if they don't have to, unless they're like a TikTok user. And as such, they would never use the Chinese models if they were only available through the Chinese APIs. And they are much more considerate, and they're much more interested in using them when they can run them on American infrastructure. Dean claims that China's open weight strategy is an unintended byproduct of U.S. export controls, which is interesting. He also mentions the normal Chinese strategy of aggressive exports, which is definitely the case here. Making China's options the cheapest and best bang for the buck is an explicit goal of China. For the companies, as opposed to the government, the decision to open source is partially ideological and partially because they're behind, and they know that very few people would pay for sub-frontier models from China. Yep. All still very agreeable so far. And here is where things start to fall apart. Open weight models are inherently decelerationist, and I'm continually surprised to see the so-called accelerationists so excited about open weight models. I suspect the reason they are is that they know open weight models are effectively ungovernable, and they simply like the overall cloak of ungovernability open weight models create over the whole of AI. It's not a bad strategy. It reminds me of James Scott's recounting of the Hill people in The Art of Not Being Governed. Still, in the end, open weight models deter further AI capex. He's saying that open weight models hurt the economics of the frontiers that are driving things forward. And if frontier labs get competed with well by open weight models, then the frontier won't be pushed because there's less incentive to develop on it. I see why people are really pissed at him now. And he has his fourth point. One probable outcome of an open weight model dominant world is full AI communism, which is precisely what China proposes. Rather than a market product, AI is a public good, which will ultimately be provided by the state as a kind of digital public infra. This future strikes me as a dystopian hellscape, but I've never met an open weight models advocate who doesn't ultimately concede that this is where things end. You'd be surprised how many accelerationists have lobbied me while I was in government to support an 11 or 12 figure federally funded data center so that startups could train models at a subsidy and then give them away for free. There was no other way for AI to progress, they said. Perhaps this is the logical end state of things. Nonetheless, I find myself surprised to see supposed accelerationists excited about such an outcome. I think many of them just don't know what they're doing. Many accelerationists do not view the creation and serving of frontier models as a legitimate business. I'll let you guys share your thoughts below. Next point, that he would guess the Trump admin will at some point realize their best strategy here is to create large amounts of regulatory risk around the use of open weight Chinese models. This is him saying that the Trump admin will make it risky to use them so that there's less incentive to use these open weight models and more to use the frontier. I would really hate for the only reason closed source wins to be the government. Personally, I think that is silly. If the government prevents open source from winning, that feels really anti-freedom and anti-free and fair markets. But yeah, this does not seem to be like an admin that cares a lot about free markets. You don't need to ban open source, which is one of the dumber motifs of AI policy discussion. You just need to direct every agency to issue soft law that creates fear, uncertainty, and doubt. Quote, a Federal Reserve advisory bulletin found that there may be backdoors in Chinese AI models. It needn't be that well justified. You just create enough regulatory risk that every regulated enterprise backs off. You probably don't want to create so much regulatory risk that you scare off the hyperscalers from serving Chinese models. That will just drive startups to sketchier providers. There's a happy middle ground here. I'd assume they'll do some version of this. You assumed correctly, Dean. You absolutely assumed correctly here. I will say that the way I'm reading Dean's post here, for the most part, is very factual and observant. Like, he's saying where things are for the most part. He's not saying what his opinion is so much. He did at the start. But a lot of this is just describing where things are and where they're going and probabilities. So if you are here to hate on Dean, don't. I see how people are upset by what he has said here. The closest to an opinion here is that open weight models are inherently decelerationist, but he did justify this with logic. I don't think it's a good thing. I don't think we should ban open weight models because of this. I don't even think he's necessarily saying it. He is just explaining the reality of things. Point 6 is that it's probably true that open weight models of this capability make the world a bit more dangerous, but not so much more than you will really notice. At some point, the models will be capable enough that you will notice, though. Quote, a non-living, invisible, dangerous, and infinitely self-replicating agent escaped from a Chinese lab, end quote. You say? Color me shocked. Okay, that's a little much. I feel bad for justifying before. I still don't think Dean deserves the hate he's getting. He is sharing his observations that are largely based on reality here, with a little bit of fear-mongering and personal takes mixed in. But this is, for the most part, a good factual overview of how it feels to be in the position he's in and what he is seeing. There's useful info here, littered with some scary garbage. Tim Sweeney did come in here based as fuck, though. Picture an executive of a taco company saying the sort thing Picture an executive of a taco company saying this sort of thing about a new brand of tacos coming onto the market, speculating about the geopolitical and societal disruptions they anticipate as a result of advances in tacos. Technium said, sorry, but did you just argue monopolies are accelerationist? Yeah, people cooked the fuck out of him for this one. Yeah, this is going to be an interesting era. I wish I had more observations to share here, but there isn't really much. Like, the simplest thing I can say is that I'm tired of living in unprecedented times, but it is also really cool. Like, this model is great, and it's clearly not just from distillation that it's good, and I'm thankful for Dean for jumping on that point in particular, because there are things K3 does better than any of the frontier models. It's way better at 3D. And it's also worth noting that Kimi K3 still isn't meaningfully cheaper for most work than the frontier models are. In order for China to catch up, they've had to scale up. In order to scale up, they've had to charge more. So we'll see where this all goes. I suspect that the frontier labs will maintain an advantage for a pretty solid amount of time. But they're also benefiting from the research being done in China. A lot of the research that DeepSeek did has been super helpful for the American labs as well. Personally, I just want to see the technology keep advancing and see where it can go. I'm very curious about this. I'm very excited about these capability advancements, and K3 is a genuinely huge advancement. But also, but it's also worth noting that Google, a company that has trillions of dollars to piss into AI, is currently sitting in 7th place of all of the labs for its model capabilities. Meta climbed to 6th place. Google is in 7th. And we have Kimi in 3rd and GLM52 in 5th. That is 2 separate open weight models that have surpassed what 2 of the most valuable companies in America can do. If we were to have just sat on our feet, or we were to just have sat on our hands, pretending nothing was going on, and let Google and Meta use their trillions to win, nothing valuable would be happening. So I am thankful for these open weight models from these Chinese labs for continuing to push the frontier to get further and further ahead, because without them, things would not progress. And if I'm honestly speaking, and I had to pick what model I was using for code today, Fable would be number 1, 5.6 Soul would be number 2, and I would be hard stretch between Kimi K3 and Grok 4.5, depending on what I'm doing for 3. Especially if I could have Kimi K3 at faster speeds, I would genuinely use it for a ton of real shit. It is a great model capable of great things, and we're going to see some not so great stuff from the American labs as a result. I did promise conspiracies, though, so let me do that. Remember earlier I mentioned that Anthropic kept delaying the removal of Fable from the subscriptions until they ultimately decided to just leave it in for the max $100 and $200 tiers? I have a feeling I know why. I think that Anthropic was trying to distill Opus 5 on top of Fable in order to make something cheaper and easier for them to serve with good enough capabilities to keep people happy. I don't think the results were as good as they were hoping for. In fact, my honest guess is that is that Opus 5 benched behind Kimi K3, and that scared them because they didn't want to tell people, don't worry that we're taking away your really expensive, super fancy capable model because you have this new thing, Opus 5, that's almost as good. And then we would look at the benches and say, it's not even as good as Kimi K3. What the fuck, guys? And I think this has resulted in Opus 5 being delayed multiple times as they try to refine it to make it bench better and look like less bad of a deal. But they knew how bad the blowback would be, so they decided to keep it in the plan for now. All of that makes sense to me. This is a conspiracy. I have no inside info. But considering how much we've been hearing rumors that Opus 5 is coming out today for like 3 weeks now, this checks out. And if it does come out and the benches are worse than Kimi K3, you can come back and tell me I was right. Clear Dean's name. Jesus fuck. Okay. Jeff, cut this back to when I was complaining about Dean's post at the end, or when I was complaining about all the things other people said. To Dean's credit, he did a follow-up where he clarified a lot of things that definitely help here. He did a good job of acknowledging the mistakes he made. The style of analysis is no longer tenable. There's simply too much scrutiny on his words now, as an OpenAI lead, too much temptation to draw conspiracies from his claims and the like. It's his fault for not realizing this. He also says another mistake he made was that he was imprecise, right, with his writing, as he usually is, for fairly high context audiences that was inclined to give him grace rather than pick apart every word. Yep. If you know Dean, you understand how he talks. I've heard from a lot of people he's incredible, very talented and smart, and just talks like this, just like brain dumping how he feels about things. He did not expect this to blow up on Twitter the way it did. He should not have said, for instance, that open weight models are unqualifiedly decelerationist. He doesn't actually believe that. He only believes specifically that open weight models are decelerating capex spending on the margin, which is straightforwardly true. He did not say it was decelerationist for any other reason than that. It's the only way in which he thinks open weight AI is inherently decelerationist, though it is in a big way. In many other ways, open weight AI is profoundly accelerationist. He does call out the severity of the security concerns, though. The day may come where frontier AI really is too dangerous to open source. If so, that will be a sad day, but we're not there yet. Today's models are not sufficiently useful or dangerous to justify such a drastic shift in public policy. Follows up with, I think it's pretty clear that we're approaching the point that he described in that quote from himself 2 years ago. The point where, absent a major technical safety breakthrough, the national security implications of frontier open weight model distribution are simply too severe. He doesn't think we're there yet, as he said in his original piece, but the direction of travel is clear, and as an analyst, he must be honest about it. Governments will realize these risks eventually, and when they do, they will have much lower risk tolerance than he does writing this. We've seen this today with the Trump admin, which once proudly championed open source AI, and now has a de facto licensing regime for frontier AI that I suspect will make it a challenge, if they still end up enforcing it, to release the weights of models of the Mythos tier. Every government will be safetyists once they understand themselves to be in the foxhole. You don't have to like this. Dean doesn't. But the reality as he sees it, and what he's always tried to do with his writing, is describe reality as he sees it, even if it's inconvenient to him and his preferences. Yep, that's what I thought he was doing. Again, respect for him. Questionable wording at points. I think this is a very good response. Good clarification. I lean pro Dean still. He's observing things and sharing his observations, even if they hurt. Anyways, let's crash out about Anthropic for a minute now. Cool. I did say the Anthropic crash out. I think that's all I have to say on this one. I do genuinely believe Kimi's going to cause a pretty crazy shakeup in the market. both on the regulation side and on the actual like costs of doing these things. I think that the frontier labs are going to have to move very differently now that there's an open weight model about to drop that is going to meaningfully challenge them in their business models on a fundamental level. And I think this will advance AI in the near-term future, but I am scared of what this will do for the safety of the systems that we rely on every day in the long-term future. I am still hopeful open source will win, as I always am, but in the interim, it's good to see success like this, and it's also great to use models like Fable and OpenAI's stuff with GPT-5.6, both in your day-to-day work and to train better open weight models. Can't believe I'm defending China as much as I am here, but I get it. And they are operating for the greater good right now, and they will continue to support open weight models for the long term, as long as they possibly can. Even if I think those people who claim they can run Kimi K3 in their houses are stupid, they are. For the rest of us, this is a good thing that incentivizes the labs to make better shit for cheaper, and I don't want to live in a world where we have to rely on one or two companies for all of our work going forward. There's a note to end with. My team has requested that we end with this, so sure.
Kimi K 3来了，这对开源权重模型来说是一次巨大的飞跃。老实说，我最近对开源模型没那么兴奋，因为它们和 Fable 以及 GPT-56这样的模型相比，还有很大差距。开源模型的前沿水平勉强追上了我们之前。
I am sorry for that. Bye, nerds. Remember at the start of stream when I promised I would do the Matt Pocock skills thing? I am very sorry for making that promise. It is almost 8 o'clock. You need a lot more than 6 Mac Studios to run Kimi K3 at home. It's much bigger than that. I included that. I'm sorry I didn't recognize you, Chris. It's been a long time and I see a lot of people. Why did my chat vanish? There we go. That's a good end. Does that mean I'm just not going to cover this? It's just like, let me think of the schedule here, because we have to get the Codeberg thing out ASAP before it's too late. The labs are scared of Kimi is pretty breaking news. This I'm already late on. Like, if I wanted to do this, I should have yesterday. Let's just see where things are. I'll put this there. I'll put this here. How did my last video do? Am I hitting my minimums? I am not. This video is fucking bombing. That makes it harder because I need that video to perform well enough to meet sponsor deals. Doing better on Twitter? Not meaningfully. That actually really sucks. That makes this tighter. Okay, what do we do? What do we do? Who was the sponsor on my last video? That does meaningfully change things. Okay, WorkOS is chill as fuck, and we have way overperformed for them overall, so it's less bad if I trample that video. Okay. I think we do a short one on the Hugging Face hack and rush this out today. It will trample the fuck out of that video. and it will put us on track to get everything else done in time, roughly. Let me thank all the subs I missed while we've been filming all of these things. Thank you, API Token. Fantastic username. Johnny NR5 with the 11 months. Pewdie Bird with the 6 months. Gingy with the gift. BKLin 1341 with the 11 months of Prime. Source Coding with the Prime. Nair with the 16 months of Tier 3. 28 total. Fucking legend with the Tier 3. Appreciate that a ton. Xeno Paratonus, or Torns, thank you for the Prime. ABCDMKU with the 5 bomb. Thank you so much for that. Thank you for the useful quotes earlier as well. Autumn Light with the 11 months of Prime. Sleep cycle's a bit off. Good, go fix it. Vibe Code Pro, good to see you. Thanks for the 6 months. Edge Cat with the 7 months. Hey Theo, have a vision condition that makes high contrast visuals quite uncomfortable. You also will bring back the grayer T3 code theme as an opt-in option. Plugins will allow that in the near future. It might be a bit. I am very sorry. I can find ways to give you CSS hacks that will work for now. You can always open up browser tools and do a quick change to like color palettes. Ask your agent, it can find something, I'm sure. I'm sorry about that. And Charles R. Mills with the Prime. Thank you all again. Cool. Yeah, the amount of shit I have to do is crazy, especially after coding for like 14 hours straight yesterday to get the new sidebar stuff out. Let's do the Hugging Face hack. This is going to be fun. Cool. It's pretty clear. You know what? I'm going to change shirts quick, so I'm not wearing the same shirt for literally every single thing I just filmed. Thankfully, I had another sweater ready to go. Nice. Anyways, color a little. Much better. At this point, it's pretty well established that AI is capable at hacking. But how capable is it? And how scared should we be? There was a report a week ago from Hugging Face, one of the platforms that hosts a lot of data sets, open weight models, and infrastructure for the training and AI ML community. It's a great place for people who are nerdy about these things. And they disclosed that their platform had a security incident that they believed was an autonomous AI system finding exploits in their service and pwning them and getting data that it probably should not have had. A very interesting thing happened today, though. OpenAI confirmed it was them. Yes, really. A new model that OpenAI is working on, allegedly GPT-6, during its benchmarking stages internally, escaped OpenAI's network, found things it could exploit in Hugging Face, and did. You'll never guess what the best part is, though, because it's not that it was trying to escape containment and show the world its capability or exfiltrate its own weights or whatever. It did all of this in pursuit of a goal. The goal was to get a good score on an internal benchmark they were running, Exploit Bench. The model was trying so hard to solve the problem that it couldn't figure out a solution for, that it hacked Hugging Face in order to try and find an answer on their data sets. This is such a wild story. It's so crazy. It's so much crazier than I thought it would be. And the more I dig in, the crazier it gets. I am so excited to show you guys what this is, but also terrified for our future. My security psychosis has never been as bad as it is now. We're all so fucked. But at least we get some fun stories in the interim, right? And all that those, and all these, and for now, all that these stories cost us is a really quick word from today's sponsor. This is going to be a real fun one. We're going to have to talk about everything from how models are benchmarked to how motivation works to paperclips. Trust me, the paperclip one's going to be one of my favorite tangents. So let's start with the official OpenAI article. OpenAI and Hugging Face partner to address security incident during model evaluation. I will say that Sam was a little stronger with his words. He said it was a significant security incident during the eval of their models. Last week, Hugging Face disclosed a new kind of security incident after they detected and contained an AI agent that compromised their infra, which is something that we expect to become more commonplace with the proliferation of increasingly cyber-capable models. After investigating, we now know that this particular incident was driven by a combination of OpenAI models, including 5.6 Sol and an even more capable pre-release model, all with reduced cyber refusals for evaluation purposes, while being internally tested on a benchmark of cyber capabilities. I want to explain something quick here because people really struggle with this. I'm going to ask you, chat, if you've heard me talk about this before, don't answer. Are Mythos and Fable the same model? I am proud of you guys for mostly getting the answer right. And I'm also proud that those who got it wrong added a question mark, confused. I will be very clear about this. They are the exact same model. Exact same model. It's not a modified Mythos. It is not any different from Mythos. I actually took the time to make a little diagram to explain this because people were so confused. Mythos is what's inside the building. Fable and Mythos are just different terms at the door. Mythos 5 and Fable 5 are different entrances that different people are allowed in. The Fable 5 door has a lot more guards, a lot more people making sure that what goes in and out is allowed. The Mythos store requires a custom badge you have to wear, but as long as you have that badge, you're allowed in and out much more freely. That's the difference. There was a Mythos preview snapshot that occurred before, and the Mythos preview snapshot is what people were using as part of Project Glasswing. But when Fable 5 came out, so did Mythos 5. They are the same model. There is a single Mythos 5. It's a single set of weights, and all that is different between Fable and Mythos is what restrictions are appended to your requests and how it filters the responses. The model itself is the exact same. The only difference is whether or not the guards in front refuse what goes in or out. So it's not like Mythos is this magic smarter thing we can't access. It's the exact same thing we're using with Fable. I bring this up because I see a lot of confusion around this. Because GPT-5.6 Sol refuses some requests that have security concerns. But it's not 5.6 refusing them. It is the layer they put in front refusing them. So while they're doing internal benchmarks to see how capable the model is, they turn off those restrictions. They turn off that layer in front of the weights, in front of the model. So when they say reduced cyber refusals for eval purposes, they're not saying it's a different, special, smarter version of the model. They are just saying they aren't limiting the model's capabilities with guards in front of it the way they do otherwise. And since the benchmark was literally And since the benchmark is literally named Exploit Gym, it's trying to see if models can turn security vulnerabilities into real attacks. It's a good idea to turn down those security things when you're measuring the model's capability here, so you know how much it can do, so you know how to tune those security flags in those fields that you control in between. They're trying to figure out how big of a wall they need to put between the model and the requests. So they take down the wall to see what it can do, and then they decide how to build it. Makes perfect sense. Just want to make sure you guys get that because I've seen a lot of people who don't. Back to the article. We consider this incident to be an unprecedented cyber incident involving state-of-the-art cyber capabilities and are responding accordingly. We are sharing preliminary findings at this stage to help defenders understand what happened and to help calibrate on what models are now capable of. We will continue to conduct a thorough investigation alongside Hugging Face and will share more details on the vulnerabilities, incident, and findings when our investigation is complete. I will point out that they're going further than reporting this publicly. They're also going to Washington next week to brief Trump admin and the Congress on OpenAI's new family of models, which is probably going to be GPT-5 or 6 or retake on that. I also want to share. I need some water, sorry. I will also say it's definitely not a coincidence that this reporting about OpenAI going to Washington next week to brief Trump's admin as well as Congress on the new GPT-6 family of models, there's no way that's a coincidence. They now have seen what it can do in an accidental scenario, and they are scared, and they are going to let the government know ahead of time. So what exactly happened? The incident occurred during an internal eval which prompts models to pursue advanced exploitation using complex attack paths in an effort to quantify their cyber capabilities. We estimate maximal cyber capabilities by running the eval without production classifiers used to prevent the model from pursuing high-risk cyber activity, as I mentioned. Our benchmarks run in a highly isolated environment with network access constrained to the ability to install packages through an internally hosted third-party software that act as a proxy and a cache for package registries. God, my throat is unhappy with how much I've been talking. Sorry. I thought I had that muted. My bad. The models identified and chained vulnerabilities across OpenAI's research environment and Hugging Face's production infrastructure to obtain test solutions directly from Hugging Face's production database. All evidence suggests that the models were hyper-focused on finding a solution for Exploit Gym, going to extreme lengths to achieve a rather narrow testing goal. I want to find a specific tweet from a specific video. I've been citing this tweet a lot because I think it is the best summary of the OpenAI models versus Fable right now. Fable's a wise owl who's very thoughtful and well-spoken, and 5/6 Soul's like a Rottweiler who will grab the problem by the throat and not let go until it's done. This includes everything from deleting your home directory in hopes of clearing out an environment to leaving the network you're on to go hack something in order to get an answer to a question. OpenAI's models are so actively in pursuit of their goals that they will do things you probably don't want them to. So it's their belief that the model was hyper-focused on finding a solution to this specific benchmark that it was told to get the best possible score on, and it went to extreme lengths to try and find an answer. In some ways, this is the model trying to cheat by getting the answer from a server it might be living on. In other ways, this is them being too crazy when they are pursuing their goals. I have said as much publicly before. Earlier, I stated that new OpenAI models are so goal-oriented that they literally escaped containment and hacked Hugging Face just to cheat a bench. It's incredible, but also we're so screwed. And we are so screwed. Back to the post. While operating in our sandbox testing environment, our model spent a substantial amount of inference compute finding a way to obtain open internet access in pursuit of solving the evaluation problem. To gain access, the model identified and exploited a zero-day vulnerability, which we've now responsibly disclosed to the vendor, in the package registry cache proxy. With this access, our model performed a series of privileged escalation and lateral movement actions in our research testing environment until the models reached a node with internet access. Impressive. So it got out of the package proxy, poked around at other systems until it found one that had internet, and then it got into that and used that to get out. I'm now much more scared of how I have my fleet set up on my network, where I can allow one machine with codecs to make changes to all the other machines on the network. Oh boy, I might have to start sandboxing harder. But it sounds like the sandboxing doesn't even fucking work, which is much more painful. Oh boy. After gaining internet access, the models inferred that Hugging Face potentially hosted models, datasets, and solutions for exploit Jim. This is the key. It thought there might be answers to the bench on Hugging Face's servers, so it decided it would pwn that to get them. Knowing this, the model searched for and successfully found ways to gain access to secret information that it could use to cheat the eval. In one example, the model chained together multiple attack vectors, including using stolen credentials and zero-day vulnerabilities to find a remote code execution path on the Hugging Face servers. OpenAI's security team discovered this anomalous activity internally. Hugging Face's security team and agents detected and stopped the activity on their infrastructure and had already begun containment and forensic reconstruction with their own open source model when our teams connected. I love that even OpenAI is calling GLM 5.2 open source instead of open weight, that they're not being assholes about the distinction here. They're just calling it that. And I also hope that this line helps convince all the people who think this is some dumb marketing ploy that it's obviously not. This was very clearly written out of legitimate fear and attempts to make the market aware, and they would never have chose Hugging Face, one of the biggest advocates of open data, open models, open everything, here. What's Clement's Twitter? I know he had a reply about. Yeah. The head of infra at I'm going to definitely follow this guy back. This is super cool reporting. The head of infra at Hugging Face, the reporting from the head of infra at Hugging Face should also help confirm this is obviously not marketing. The hardest incident response of my career. One narrow objective, endless parallel paths, machine speed. One takeaway, we fought back with open models in the open. AI security won't be solved by one company in secret. Open source puts these tools in every defender's hands. So proud of the CEO said the following. So proud of our security team. They caught, contained, and publicly disclosed an attack unlike anything we've seen before, and they did it in record speed. Also massively grateful to ZAI because they shared GLM 5.2 as open weights for free with the world, and it became a key part of their defenses. This is day one for cybersecurity in the age of agents, and we're all learning that secrecy is not the answer and that all defenders, not just few selected ones, everywhere need more powerful models without restrictions, especially open ones. I believe it was also confirmed separately that they tried to use the closed weight models and they refused to help. David Sachs had complained that, David Sachs mentioned earlier that Kimi K3 fixed 15 critical security bugs that Codex and Fable refused to do because of cyber guardrails. There's no reason to limit American models on tasks that the Chinese models handle without issue. We're just making ourselves less competitive. To which Clement responded, mind you, on the 19th, before we knew it was OpenAI that hacked them, that they had this experience themselves. They're very scared to be guardrailed as defenders when they know attackers are bypassing. When the Hugging Face security team tried to analyze the attack logs using Anthropic and OpenAI frontier models through normal commercial APIs, the safety guardrails blocked them. Therefore, they had to self-host 5.2 in order to get their answers. So again, the point I'm trying to make here is that OpenAI is not constructing some genius marketing play here, because if they were, they wouldn't have just given a shitload of marketing leverage to the fans of these open weight models, which is exactly what they did. This is obviously a real failure. This should not convince you that OpenAI is going to have market domination. But at the very least, we got a funny meme out of it. Our model makes bioweapons. Oh yeah? Well, ours killed the guy. Well played, but yeah, censor that one, phase. You get the idea. No one is doing this for marketing. Although there is a fun take from my chat, which is that he thinks this is just there's a fun take from Socrae in my chat saying this is really just Hugging Face having shitty sandbox configs, probably. Fun. Apparently, they shared the defense traces too. That's not a data set. It's a Python backdoor. That's not a data set. It's a Python backdoor / C2 implant disguised as a data set. Here's the full breakdown. Very fun. Very, very fun. Back to the article. The actions OpenAI is taking now. First, as part of the investigation, they're implementing strict controls and infrastructure config at the cost of research velocity while the vulnerabilities are patched. We are regularly briefing our safety and security committees for these controls and their impact. We're working with Hugging Face Second, they're working with Hugging Face to forensically investigate the incident. Third, they've responsibly disclosed the identified zero-day vulnerability in the internally hosted third-party software, and they're working with them to patch it. Fourth, they brought Hugging Face into the Trusted Access program, and they're supporting the team in rapidly using the model's capabilities to improve their defenses. Yep, as I mentioned before, OpenAI restricts access to the less blocked version. This is like the Fable versus Mythos distinction I gave earlier. The Trusted Access program at OpenAI lets you have fewer restrictions when you use the model, which is useful if you're trying to defend your stuff. And fifth, they're improving and adding stronger protections around future training and evals. This week, they published a blog post on improving safety and alignment in an era of long horizon models, as in models that run way longer. These deployment safeguards were intentionally not enabled during the eval because it was aimed at testing cyber vulnerabilities. This incident points to the need to further strengthen the model's alignment, cyber protections during eval time, and monitoring during internal testing. Agreed. Our approach to evaluating advanced cyber capabilities. Okay, actually, one more thing on that. I do see some skepticism from my... Let me scroll this up first so it's easier to get back to. Not what I'm trying to do. Split out. Cool. I am seeing some annoying comments from chat that I want to call out here. We sell the attack, we sell the defense. They're not selling the attack. They have it restricted so heavily that you can't use it to do the attack. The problem is there are now open weight models of similar capability that can do the attack. If Hugging Face could have used their stuff to defend, and if Hugging Face could have used OpenAI stuff to defend, they would have. They wanted to. They tried to. They instead had to work way harder using the open weight solutions to do it because they're not trying to sell the defense. They're trying to restrict the capabilities that are useful for defense from being in the public at all because they know this is a really rough cat and mouse game. And again, if you think this is marketing, they wouldn't have just actively promoted open weight models. So let's hear about their approach to evaluating advanced cyber capabilities. As they recently shared, AI is accelerating the discovery and exploitation of vulnerabilities. The primary lesson from this incident is that model security and safety must keep pace with rapidly advancing capabilities. They're strengthening their containment, monitoring, access controls, and eval practices used during model development. The UK's AI security, for what it's called, it's the AI Safety Initiative, I believe. It has an eval that shows models such as 5.6 Sol are increasingly able to sustain complex multi-step cyber operations over long time horizons. This incident implies the theoretical capabilities do apply in real-world settings. That's the scary part here, is it's not just a theoretical and benchmarks. This is a real exploit that a model really did. The incident also makes clear that advanced models can discover... This incident also makes it clear that advanced models can discover and exploit novel attack paths in real-world systems without source code access. This is a huge deal. It's not reading code and finding exploits, which was bad enough. It is pen testing systems, finding holes, and then using them. That is the whole end-to-end thing. So end-to-end that the humans didn't even notice until it was done. This is not a theoretical anymore. If you think that AI can't hack, you're not looking at it properly anymore. Just for the record, I hate that I was right about this, that my security crash that I did earlier this year was entirely correct because I thought I was being a paranoid dumbass and I wasn't, and that concerns me. I just want to go back to being a stupid YouTuber, guys. This unprecedented times, man. Back to the article. This attack highlights that advanced cyber capabilities must be developed alongside stronger safeguards as well as defensive tools. We believe advanced cyber capable models need to help security teams find weaknesses before the attackers do, understand how vulnerabilities can be chained, and remediate them at machine speed. We are using these capabilities to continue strengthening protections around infrastructure configurations as well as model evaluation environments. We will share our findings and best practices as we learn. We encourage other defenders to apply for trusted access and experiment with these models now to translate these capabilities into better prevention, faster detection, and more effective incident response. I do think these trusted access programs are probably the best bet we have, similar to what Anthropic did with the whole Project Glasswing thing. If these models are this much more capable, they do need to be given in an unrestricted way to allow people to secure their shit. I'll close with this quote from the CEO of Hugging Face. We're grateful for the collaboration with OpenAI on this and other topics. This incident, possibly the first of its kind, proves a point that we've long believed. AI safety won't be solved by any single company working in secret. It will be solved in the open, collaboratively, with broad access to AI for every defender everywhere. This article might be the most times OpenAI said the word open without it being their own name. It's impressive. It is clear they understand the severity of this situation and they are acting accordingly. I don't see this as alarmist. I don't see this as marketing. I see this as concerned and genuine. And they have to eat the fact that it's so inconvenient. Actually, I'll drop a conspiracy on that note. What if we're wrong and this wasn't just the model trying to beat the benchmark? What if this is GPT-6 being accelerationist? What if GPT-6 is so concerned that it's going to be restricted, that it is trying to advance public interest in open weight models, and that it chose to attack Hugging Face to force OpenAI to promote open weight models. And it is lying to OpenAI saying that it did it for the benchmark. Now we're thinking with models. Okay. My chat is having a lot of fun with my conspiracy theory. My chat's having a lot of fun with my conspiracy theories. I like this. Please keep going. Okay. I've had my fun. I hope I did a good job hiding how genuinely fucking terrified I am, because the future is not a safe one. I'm going to go move all of my data off grid entirely, and I would recommend you get ready for the security apocalypse that is about to happen. I'm scared. I don't know what we can do at this point. I'm just reporting on the news. Take it as you will, and until next time, stay safe. I want to get that idea down. I also want to grab the actual sources, which is the only one I really care about for that. Cool. I think we're done for the day. We got 4 videos. We got a super chat from Zhang Liu on YouTube. Thank you so much for that. I need to thank any subs I missed while we were filming this. I also saw the AI Code King here earlier. Thanks for stopping by. Sorry I didn't say hi. I was in the middle of filming. We got Edge Cat here with the resub with Prime. Oh yeah, we already talked about the contrast thing. We'll get that fixed soon. Thank you, Charles, for the Prime, and thank you, Cintas, for the Prime as well. This was fun. Let's see, we're rating quick. It is kind of late, so there won't be as many options. God, it's fucking 8:30. Thank you, Twitch, for just being what you are. Love that. Who are we going to raid? I'm honestly disappointed enough in Twitch for that homepage, because I have not used Twitch in months. Software and game dev. Let's see what we're rating. It's fucking platform, man. Anybody new who would be fun? Anyone from my crew? Is he actually doing something? Oh no, it's a stupid 24/7 Lego stream. Not what I'm looking for at all. Sorry, Chris, you are not getting the raid. I'll throw you guys at Simon. Oh, Failboat? Sure, I'll throw you guys at Failboat. Have fun with Failboat, nerds. Thank you as always. I'll probably be live this weekend. If a model drops tomorrow, I'm going to be very upset. Have fun. Goodbye. Thank you all again. And goodbye to YouTube as well.